Let me turn off that fan and then we'll start. I'm dying. It's not a big deal. Anyways, hi. What we're gonna do, this is gonna be a different kind of stream today. We're gonna be doing a I'm gonna try to be as friendly, casual friendly as possible. Guide to playing Path of Exile for brand spanking new players. This guide is meant for them. It's meant for people who haven't played ARPGs ever or very little. And yeah, this is to hopefully help out a homie that's gonna be playing Path of Exile soon. And I thought I actually been wanting to do this for a while, so I thought I'd make a very noob friendly holding your hand beginner guide for Path of Exile, because Path of Exile is a very complicated game and it has a lot of depth to it, so it can be very overwhelming for literally everyone, including me when I first started. And it is definitely a way different game than when I first started playing 7 years ago. So that being said, once you log in, whether you're using the Steam version or the standalone client, which you can get off the official website, you log in, you'll be brought to this lovely screen. And before you even do fucking anything, before you even make your character, go straight to that options menu. And right here, you're going to want to mess with the settings as you see fit for your PC. Definitely try out the Vulkan renderer, by the way. This is a new thing from the developers. They just introduced this, and it's had a lot of good feedback from everyone that's tried it so far. That increased their frames, improved performance, all that good stuff. So, and then when you get to here, go ahead and change the settings to whatever your computer can handle. Sound, I'll put music up because I usually play my own music when I play PoE, but I actually do plan to upload this to YouTube, so we actually need those to be we actually need I'll have to restart for that sick effect. That's okay. We actually need these to be or like not muted. It's gonna be muted in both the VOD if I play my weeb music, so note of that. If you're new, I probably would suggest quest tracking, just because there's going to be a lot of side quests that we're going to be doing and stuff, and you're probably going to have to be checking constantly, like, where do I go? I'll turn it on for the sake of the tutorial. Show corner map, auto center map, I always leave those on. Map zoom, I always wanted it zoomed out as much as possible so I can see more of the map when I press the map button. So I leave that shit all the way on the left. You can always highlight on. Always show sockets is up to you. Don't worry about it for now. Always show everything here. Show full descriptions, show life mana, show flask buffs, show aura icons, all that stuff. Global chat, trade chat, we don't give a shit about. If you are playing in a party, I guess show life bar on allies. There's some moments in the game where you're gonna have like some AI friends with you. It doesn't really matter, but up to you. I usually keep most of this checked. So we get down to here. Man, do I need like water or something? Anyways, loot filters. This is probably one of the big things that people will tell you about. Whenever people say they're gonna get into PoE, one of the main things they'll say is get a loot filter. And they're right, but they're also like not right. Cause it's like the goal of this guide is to make it as least is to not make it complicated, okay? It's to make it as simple as fucking possible. And I feel like it's a super waste of time if you're new to ARPGs to download all these fucking like little things, these third-party things that you're going to be getting to improve your experience, because you don't even know if you're going to fucking like this game. What if you play this game for like 30 minutes and you're like, you know what, this game sucks, and then you want to install it? It's no point. I will be going over loot filters later, but do you need them right now? No. You'll be fine. So I'll go over it later when I feel like it's appropriate to start using a loot filter, which isn't even not till probably later, like mid-game-ish. So don't worry about loot filters for now. Thanks, Steam, for popping up. Input, this is where you can change all your controls to whatever. Whatever you're comfortable with. Doesn't matter. Notifications, I don't give a shit about. That's whatever. Now that your options are totally set up, you can actually make your first character. Wow. Bro, thanks for the sub. I don't know why I didn't hear the notification, but I see it. I don't have it muted, do I? No, what the fuck? I didn't hear it. That's weird. Anyways, thanks for the resub again. Great. Welcome to the character creation screen. Feel free to pick the one that looks the coolest or most interesting to you, because they're all viable. It can do all the content in the game easily, including the endgame content. And yeah, you can do everything with them. There's no class that's terrible. Especially if you're just starting out. It does not matter. There's also like, there's not exclusive skills, and there's not exclusive items for each class like other ARPGs. So you can have like a fucking witch who is usually built as a spellcaster, but if you want to build her as a melee character, you can fucking do that, dude, and she'll work out. You can build them however you want. So the witch is what I went with when I first started playing. Again, it doesn't matter. They're all good. They all have their pros, their cons. It doesn't matter who we pick, so chat, you guys get to pick a class. It doesn't matter. We'll play anyone and we'll make it work. Because if the goal is just to beat the first 10 acts, then you can do that with anyone easily. So we can do a witch, we can do Templar, Shadow, Scion. Dude, this is a beginner guide. No, you don't have the Scion unlocked if you're brand new to the game. You have to get to Act 3 to unlock her. And she's advanced. I wouldn't recommend her for new people. That's why she's not even here, dude. She's not even... This is a new account. This isn't on my main account. That's why she's not here. She would be in the center. Alright, well, for the sake of whatever, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick a Shadow. Because, again, it doesn't matter. And then, I don't even know what to name it. You can choose a name, Roro. I'm just gonna go over the leagues real quick. By default, it should already put you in the new league's softcore. It should put you here. I always recommend playing the challenge leagues, because that's where all the new stuff in each expansion is. Because, for example, the new expansion that's coming out on the 19th of this month, that's where all the new stuff's gonna be. I don't recommend hardcore. I always have people come into my chat and they're like, oh, I just installed PoE and I'm playing hardcore, haha, XD. I'm so random. If you die in hardcore, that's it. Your character goes to fucking standard, okay? It's a permadeath. And I don't understand why new players think they have to prove something to you. And like, I don't understand why softcore sometimes is looked down in the community. Like, oh, you're playing softcore. Ugh. You must suck. Like, no. Bitch, it just means I just want to play without having to fucking risk my character. Jesus. Sometimes we just want to play for fun. But yeah, just go with the softcore challenge league option. Don't do standard. Standard is for people who are boring. People who don't like fun go to standard. Nene? Nay, Panda. Because I'm pretty sure just Nene is taken. Okay. Once that's done... It feels weird making YouTube content, Roro. This is weird. Alright, I'm gonna skip the tutorials because I'm a fucking gamer. When you start off, you're gonna be laying face down in the beach. And all you gotta do to move is left click. Look at that, he gets up. Wow.
Nothing like a brisk dip to start the day. Now where on God's arse am I?
Alright, basics of the basics, dude. You're gonna see an item or your first weapon right in front of you. You just left click it and you'll automatically equip it. You don't even have to go in your inventory. Welcome to 2000. Moving is easy, just left click. Just left click where you want to go. It's not an RTS though, okay? Don't StarCraft 2 this and think you have to, you know, left click to move. You can just hold this shit. Just hold left click. And he'll follow your cursor. So we don't have to speedrun ourselves to getting arthritis. Arthritis any percent. And then once you get a good feel for the movement, you can go ahead and talk to the dying exile and just press any button to skip. Oh no, he died. And then you just hold left click to attack.
Is it possible to murder someone who's already dead?
Alright, and then the zombie will always drop a skill gem for whatever class you are. So we got Viper Strike because we're the shadow. If you're like the witch, you get Fireball. If you're the Templar, you would get Glacial Hammer, blah, 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 blah. Pick it up. Oh boy, this feels weird. You're gonna press I as in inventory. And that's how you get this lovely window here. We're gonna make this simple, okay? We're not gonna get into sockets and links and all that stuff. But you will notice on pieces of gear there are sockets, and in the case of our weapon we have 2 green ones. That is how you equip gems, and that is how you equip all the skills, the buffs, the auras. Everything is equipped with skill gems. And it's very simple, and we're gonna keep it simple. The gem has to match the socket, so we're just gonna click it and then just drop it in. And then you'll notice on our skill bar, Viper Strike just got added. Now, before you even move on, what you want to do right now is look at your skill bar on the bottom right, and you're gonna see that nasty ass default attack has been set to left click. The only time you use default attack is to kill that first zombie to get your skill gem. And then you will never use this ever again in your life. So what you want to do is left click it, and you're going to change it to the feet symbol right here to move only. And the reason for that is because you don't want to accidentally, like in the middle of fighting a bunch of monsters, and you're moving around, you don't want to accidentally left click on a monster and he's going to walk up to it and he's going to try to smack it with his dagger. It's gonna mess up your movement, and later on it will probably get you killed. What's up, Lona? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Alright, once you feel ready, you're just gonna go ahead and head on out to the beach. Feel free to kill the zombies on the way if you want to, but just for the sake of the guide, I'm just gonna skip them. About halfway through the beach, we'll run into a large chest. It's not even that large. You know, go ahead and left click it to open. And you're gonna get another gem. Depending on what your class is. It'll be different depending on the class, but just like last time, don't even read it. Don't even look at it. Just go ahead and put it in that other socket. Don't get confused. Just focus on gameplay. If you want to kill shit, kill shit. If you don't. You don't have to. If you want to explore, go ahead. I'm not here to tell you what to do, for the most part. I thought it was an I and not an L. I haven't been corrected yet, so I'ma just leave it as that. Alright, we ran into our first boss. Hardest boss ever. We're gonna use right click to do our fancy new skill gem, or fancy new skill that we got right in the beginning. And holy shit, we almost died. Imagine dying. We're just gonna go ahead and use our flask on the bottom right, or bottom left, and run around to let ourselves heal up, and then go back in and start hitting again, and then we just kite around while we're healing. Wow, look at that. We killed it. That's crazy. You will level up regardless of your EXP whenever you kill Hillick. And then you're just going to move on over to the top right, and that guy opens up the gate for you, and you'll be in your first town. Don't look at your skill point yet, because it's probably going to freak you out. These are your NPCs that'll sell you different shit. You don't really need to worry about that right now, though. And the stash is where you store all of your items. So this is a brand new account that I made for tutorial purposes, and you only get 4 tabs of storage, and that's more than enough, honestly. Just don't store every single item you find, okay? You don't need to do that. Just store what's necessary, and then move on. Don't be like Roro. Roro put fucking everything in there, even though it's probably trash. Welcome, numbers. Alright, so you've made it to your first town. Let's go ahead and use that skill point, and let's do what everyone does when they first open that skill point. Okay? You're gonna press P, right? And then you're gonna be like, holy shit! Or do like some YouTuber reaction right here. Oh my god! Ah! Zoom out so you can even see more. Be like, what the fuck is this? What is all this complicated shit? Oh my god, is this Yes, is this Final Fantasy X? LOL? Alright, now that you're done overreacting like a bitch, it's not as complicated as it seems. If you want to go ahead and look at the tree, though, feel free. I'm not stopping you. If you want to explore all the fucking nodes and whatever this shit has to offer you, go ahead. But you only have 2 options, okay? It's really easy in the beginning, okay? You only have 2 options. One of them gives you damage and some energy shield. One of them gives you health, chaos damage, and physical. Now, one of the biggest noob traps that every single new player will fall into, myself included, is that you're probably gonna go like, yeah, I want damage. Yeah, I'm gonna take damage. Ooh, I see damage here. Let's see, which one gives me more damage? This one says elemental damage, I'm gonna take it. This one says attack damage and spell damage, I'm gonna take it. And then from here, I don't know, you're probably just gonna keep going for damage at this point. And then you end up getting one shot by everything, and you're like, I don't get it. I took damage. And that is because one of the most neglected things that new players forget to work on is defenses and building up a good health pool. So we're gonna take the bottom option, which is to get more life. This is overwhelming. I don't want to play anymore. It's okay, Roro. It's okay. So you can easily allocate a node on the tree just by holding left control and then just left clicking, and it'll automatically take it for you. Or if you want to do it the other way, you just left click it and then you click apply at the top. and it'll do it for that. It'll do it as well. But I'm not gonna go into the tree just yet, because if I do, this could be like a whole ass topic, by the way, a whole hour's worth of talking. If I kill them before they kill me, I should win, right? They think that. No, that's not how it works. Okay, so you just spent your first skill point. Now, you're gonna talk to Tarkley all the way on the right. You can skip the dialogue if you want, or listen to it, doesn't matter. He's gonna give you your first set of gems. Go ahead and read over these and see what they do. And it doesn't matter which one you pick, because this isn't like a permanent choice. If you pick the wrong one, you're fucked. It's not like that. Just pick whatever sounds cool to you. I'm just gonna pick this one. It doesn't matter. Because the reason it doesn't matter is because you can talk to Nessa all the way here on the left. Skip the dialogue. Go to her second tab in her store. And voila, she sells you the same gems that were just rewarded to you and then some. So don't feel like you have to pick the quote-unquote best gem or you're screwed or whatever, because you will always have options to try out or just whatever.
While we live, we are blessed.
You can talk to Bestel if you want to. You don't have to, but I'm gonna go ahead and equip that new gem. Get rid of this old one. And alright. There's so much to explain, dude. Fuck Bestel. Exactly. You don't have to talk to him. All quests in this game are retroactive, by the way. This isn't like World of Warcraft or any MMORPG where you have to talk to an NPC to accept the quest. You can actually just go out and do it and then come back without having to accept anything. Like if the quest says to go kill a certain mob or whatever, you can just go kill the mob and then just come back. It doesn't matter. But obviously, since you're new, you're probably going to want to talk to them because you won't even know who to kill or where to go anyways. But it's just a fun fact. You don't have to. Alright, we picked up some shit from Hillick, so I guess I'll briefly go over just items real quick. Items drop in 4 types of rarities. There's common or normal, which is labeled in white. And then you get uncommon, which is blue. Rare items are yellow, which I don't have one to show you. And then unique items are like, I don't even know what that color is. Amber? Like orange-ish, I guess. If you played Borderlands, it's basically the same color scheme. Anyways, blue and rare, or uncommon and rare items always are unidentified. And you're gonna need these Scroll of Wisdoms to unidentify them. That's what I like to see, unlike other games. What games do you have in mind, Roro? So to use the Scroll of Wisdom, just right click the scroll and then left click the item you want to identify. But I will show you a faster way of doing it when you have multiple items like these two. So when you want to unidentify a bunch of shit, let's just say like a boss or a bunch of monsters just dropped a shit ton of gear and you want to unidentify it all without having to do right click, left click, right click, left click. Just hold left shift and then left click the items and it'll keep unidentifying until you run out like I just did. And then basically what you're looking for on items, especially early on, is life and resist. That is it. That is all you give a shit about. Okay? Unless it's your weapon. If it's your weapon, then you're probably gonna look for damage. But for all your other defensive gear, like the chest piece that we're gonna equip and the gloves, this one has life, this one has resistances. Yeah, they're shitty, but you're also wearing nothing, so it's better than nothing. We're practically naked just now. Do you wish you could do that in Phantasy Star Online too, instead of being limited to 20 client orders? Alright, since we don't need this chess piece, we're just gonna go ahead and sell it. And there is no currency in Path of Exile, or I should say there isn't like gold, like you don't sell items and you get gold coins. Instead, you'll get pieces of orbs, but I'm not going to get into that now because that's going to be even more confusing. And hell, you can even sell this gem because we're not going to use it anymore. Or at least I'm not.
While we live, we are blessed.
Just leave that shit in your inventory for now. Okay, don't even worry about the orbs and all this shit you're getting. Just sell it just so we have inventory space. Whenever you feel ready to move on, you're going to go up to the top here to where it says the coast. And voila, we're making progress. We're gaming. I feel so weird explaining all this stuff because it's like normal to me, but it's so weird. Hi, Vertigo. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while. Alright, chat. Once you get to the coast, feel free to just explore, dude. There's no need to rush. Kill shit. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. We're new. We out here gaming. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention about gems. Shit. I already failed. Restart the guide. This is trash. Gems also level up like you do, as in they gain experience as you kill shit. And when they're about to level, you'll see on the right, it'll tell you to click the button to just level them up. So just do it. They'll get stronger if you're using, whether it's a melee attack, spells, things like that, they'll just get more potent. You couldn't sleep? Oh boy. Why not? This is the part where you fast forward a bit. Yeah, this is usually where I would like edit it out or whatever. Okay, so I don't know if I should go over the Delirium portal now or if it's too early. Fuck it, you're new. You're brand new to this game and you just saw this big ass fucking portal. Like you're like, dude, I'm gonna go through it. All the Delirium portal does is add a bunch more monsters to the it just adds more monsters, okay? Shit's dropping, we're picking it up. My gem leveled up. I'm also gonna level that too. Yeah, walk in. That's what I would do, of course. I gotta have noob mentality. I'm gonna pick up that ring even though it's not good for me. I'll go over it in a bit. Yeah, we're killing stuff. I don't know what else you want me to explain about this. We're just killing shit. We leveled up. Don't look at your skill tree yet though, because we're obviously in the middle of fucking combat. Because I certainly don't do that ever. Who cares about that challenge? We did a thing. But stuff dropped. Alright? You're excited. Wow. I don't even care. I'm going to pick it all up even though it's not for me. Alright. So we're moving on. Just moving on. We're just killing stuff. I'm using my new skill gem. And if you don't like the skill you picked, by the way, like I said, just go back to Nessa and just pick out a different one. That sounds cool to you. I feel so weird playing, oh shit, low mana. I feel so weird playing like this. I hope my beginner-friendly tutorial is able to bore you to death, Vertigo. So every area usually has like an area boss, and this is this area's boss, which is the Fire Fury over here. Just a rule of thumb for most classes is just for being safe. Always just keep moving and don't ever just stand still. Just keep moving, attack, keep moving, attack. And then, wow, we killed her. Sometimes you'll get something nice, sometimes you won't get shit. I didn't get shit. But I'm new. I'm gonna be like, damn. I'm gonna pick up that rare item because I don't know what's good. I'm new. More enemies. All this tutorial taught me is that best will be Bay. Correct. The tree isn't really for abilities, it's for enhancing your shit. Yes. That's a good way to think about it. I'm so pissed that you guys don't show up when I just play PoE regularly. But when I make a fucking noob tutorial, y'all show up all of a sudden. Alright, waypoints. Most areas have a waypoint and they look like this. Just left click it and it'll be activated. It's a free way to go back to town if you need to sell your... Thanks for the follow, Toaster. If you need to sell your items, make some inventory space. If you need to refill your flasks because you've been spamming them because you need a heal or whatever. I don't need to go back to town right now, but I do have a skill point which I'll just use. Just gonna keep going along this line. Just get more, Wow, I just talked shit about getting damage, and here I am getting damage. We're just gonna keep going along here. That's literally why I'm here. So when you get to this point, there's two areas you can go to. There's the mud flats, and then there's the tidal island. You want to go to the tidal island first. Alright. So in this area, you're gonna want to kill the little mini boss that belongs here. Yeah, do as Panda says, not as he does. It's a good rule of thumb. And for now, just same shit. We're just killing stuff, man. We don't bother with the white items because they're trash. Oh shit! So items can have this blue tint on them. This means they're uncommon or magic monsters. They usually have some sort of extra ability. These ones have bonus energy shield. You definitely want to kill these because they give you more EXP. And we leveled again. I'll do the point when we get back to town. Gem leveled up. Gonna level it up. Just checking stuff. Minecraft Dungeons has that? Minecraft Dungeons has what? Alright, we ran into the boss. Again, just keep moving and don't stand still. Move, attack, refill your mana if you need to. Don't step in circles ever. That's a rule of thumb for like every RPG ever, is never step in circles. Alright, we're gonna take the portal scroll. So quest items are in green, so you definitely want to take that. They have enchanted enemies with extra abilities on them? Wow, look at that! Alright, so we're gonna go to town without wasting a portal scroll. So what you do is just log out by going to the character selection. Just exit to character selection, go back in. It'll save you a portal scroll. And wow, we're back in town. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so we got the medicine chest. We're gonna give it to Nessa.
I'd almost stop believing
Can
it.
skip that. Always pick the Quicksilver Flask. Okay? Don't argue with me on this. Don't be like, but Panda, I want the Life Flask because I want to heal more. Or my mana's running out. No. Pick the Quicksilver Flask. Okay? She even gives you an option for... Okay, since she's giving support gems, I can get into what support gems are. So these aren't skills that you cast or use. Instead, support gems, like these ones, are used to just further enhance abilities you're already using. Panda says, listen here, you dumb bitch. Exactly. So, not every... This is where it kind of gets a little complicated. Not every support gem is going to work for your particular skill. You definitely want to read these over and make sure they actually work. Luckily enough, this is where I turned into a boomer. Back in my day, I didn't have this fancy window that tells you, hey, this shit won't work with your skill. This little active skill window. So you can just mouse over them, I guess, and it tells you, oh, this will work with my skill. This will work. This will work. This will work. This won't. This won't. So just pick. I'm not going to make it complicated. Just pick the one that sounds fucking cool to you. Or sounds interesting to you. Is what I should say. I'll just take Onslaught. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We have a point. Use it. Did I get everything? Alright, so we have a bunch of shit in our inventory, so I'm gonna go ahead and like do what I did earlier and just unidentify all of it, or at least try to. That's all I... Oh wait, I have one more. Oh yeah, I forgot. Don't forget to put your Quicksilver Flask on. Duh. You actually do want to use that. Alright, so... How can you tell if the gear you just got is good for you? Or like a weapon you just got is good for you? The best way to do this is to look at your skill gem that you're using. Right? If you're doing melee... or like any like melee skill gem, that shit is scaled off your weapon. So you... Damn, this is where it gets complicated. Help me out, Vertigo! Alright, so let's see, how can I explain this? We'll just take a look at what the skill we're using as an example. So we're using Ethereal Knives, right? And every skill gem has a bunch of tags right under the name of the skill. So right under EK, it tells you it's a spell, it's a projectile, it does physical damage, and it has a duration? What the fuck? The important thing here is that it's a spell, okay? That's what we're looking at. So if we look at our weapons, we see that, oh shit, we have a wand that increases your spell damage. So that would actually increase our damage overall. But the problem is we can't equip it because we don't have the 2 green sockets needed. And this is where this shit makes me cry, because not having the right sockets sucks ass. There are ways to alter, like to change it on an item, but we don't have that right now, and that would be just complicating things. So we're just gonna sell the items we're not using. We're not gonna use a staff. We're not gonna use that. No, we're not gonna use that.
Farewell.
Go ahead and equip the boots anyways, though, because we don't have any. And then we're gonna go back to... We're gonna use the waypoint in town, and we're gonna go back to the coast. Also, if you have any questions, numbers, feel free to ask. Or Roro. Just don't ask any dumb questions, Roro. Once you go back to the coast, you can go to the mudflats. Same shit as last time. We're just gonna kill shit. You're awful at explaining these kinds of things to brand new players, right? In my head, I was like, man, that's easy. But now that I'm actually doing it, I'm like, shit. This is hard. Yeah. So there's another Delirium portal here, but I'm not gonna activate it because I want to focus on the quests here. When you get to this area, you have a quest to destroy 3 nests to grab some key items here. And you can see them on your map with the exclamation point that tells you where they're at. You're gonna clear this shit out. So you just gotta left click the nest and you get the thing. Remember, quest items are always in green tint. So that's how you know that you need to absolutely take it. You need it. You need it to progress. Look at that, we got a life flask. Nice. There's another nest here. I'm gonna clear it out. Take your other quest item. What else are there besides spells? What other types of gems are there? There's melee attacks, there's bow attacks, there's spells that, like, there's auras, spells that give you buffs. There's also, I shouldn't be saying spells. There's gems that give you buffs, there's gems that give you mobility. Things like that. I'll go over more of them as we get more gems, because the first couple gems you get are just skill gems and some basic supports. Alright, there's 3 nests in total in this area, and we just found the last one. They just happen to be all next to each other, which is great. So now that you have all 3, we're going to try to find the exit to this place. That is obviously a dead end, so we're going to check over here. And we're not using the skill point yet until it's safe to do so, because if you're a new player, you're probably going to take a lot of time to read the tree and like see where you're trying to go. So obviously it wouldn't be ideal to open it up, especially in the middle of like fighting shit. Okay, I'm going to go over side quests. Game has a shit ton of side quests. I'm hoping you've played an RPG before in your life to know what a side quest is. In PoE, you don't have to do all of the side quests. If you want to, feel free. I'm not gonna stop you. The fetid pool is a side quest area where you have to kill all the monsters in there and you get a reward. Is it worth doing? In my opinion, no. And most players do skip it, but if you want to do it, feel free. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it. The side quests that I do are the ones that usually just give you additional skill points. Those are the ones that matter. And then we just found the area boss for this area in particular, which is this Oozback Bloom Roa. Just be careful, don't stand still. Heal if you need to, replenish your mana if you need to. Run away if you need to for a bit while you heal up. It didn't drop shit for us, that sucks. And you can see the exit is noted with the yellow exclamation point. And then we found another blue pack. Let's go ahead and kill them for that extra EXP. Then you're gonna place those 3 glyphs we just picked up into the wall. And it'll reveal to you the next area. We're gonna go ahead and continue along, and you're gonna find another waypoint. I'm gonna activate it, and we're gonna go back to town. And we're gonna go back to town so that as a new player, you can look at your massive skill tree again and kind of figure out how you want to go. And don't feel bad if you mess up in the pathing, because everyone messes up their first character. I messed up like my first 5 characters, not building the tree optimally is what I should say. Also, another general tip is don't pick the other option you had in the beginning. Okay, just stick on one path and don't do like, well, now I want damage, so I'm gonna take this one too. And like, don't do that. Just stick to the path and just don't deviate from it. The other thing you want to do is when you get back to town, talk to Tarklay again, skip the dialogue. You're gonna get another set of gems, so you have even more you have more options to choose from. Just feel free to read them over. See what sounds cool to you, see what doesn't. I'm gonna take another spell. Oh, and he also gives you a mobility thing. Nice, so I can go over these. So you'll notice the tag movement under both dash and frostblink. Depending on what class you are, these will be different too, I think. We're gonna take dash.
Farewell.
Let's see. Oh, we also got more wisdom scrolls, so we're gonna go ahead and identify this weapon that we picked up.
Yes?
So unfortunately, I still don't have two green sockets, because what the thing is, you want them to be linked. You notice how in this weapon they're actually linked together? Because yeah, I could put hold on, let me exit out of this real quick. I could put my skill here and put the support here, but because they're not linked, this gem isn't getting the added benefit from its support. They have to be linked. So I'm losing out on some damage there. +1 to cold. Where? Did I get a +1? Oh. Nice find. And if you have the sockets to try out more skills, feel free to do so. Like, equip as many as you can fit, just to try them out. Don't fill up your skill bar with all these skills and attacks and spells. It's gonna overwhelm you. Just equip a couple extra just to try it out, see if you like it, see if this is a skill that you'd want to use. If it's not, no big deal. So, Jesus, how else am I gonna, what else do I need to explain? And I don't even know how I'm gonna build this character either. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna make this Shadow a spellcaster, so we're gonna focus on spellcaster gear. If you were going melee or ranged, you would focus on getting those types of items. So like for melee, you would focus on like getting a sword or an axe. If you're bow, obviously you get a fucking bow. You always want to have a movement skill. Yes! It'll help you dodge things easier, and it'll help you move through the areas faster. Always equip a movement skill if you can. I'm gonna go ahead and equip dash in those extra green slots since we can. And we're gonna go ahead and sell this mace because this is a melee weapon and not a spellcaster thing, so it's useless for us.
Goodbye.
And then if you're like, Panda, what's all this shit right here? What's all this shit in your inventory? Don't worry about it for now. Just dump it all in your stash tab. All these orbs that you should always be picking up and scrolls of wisdom and shit. Pick them up and just leave the scrolls of wisdom and the portal scrolls in your inventory. Dump the rest. Just for now. We'll worry about it later. And the reason we're keeping the wand in our inventory is because we still want to use it, but we just want better sockets. Or not better sockets, the correct sockets, so that we can actually have our setup that we're using right now. So we're gonna go back to the submerged passage because we're all done here. Dude, I haven't done a contagion build in like 50 years. So now that we have a movement skill, just spam it. Just like get in the habit of always using it, because you should always be trying to be as mobile as you can. Don't stop often. You shouldn't be stopping. And we just leveled again. Can you change sockets on an item? Yes, but you don't want to do that early on. You definitely want to do that later. And the reason you don't want to do that early on is because you're going to be finding gear that's better than what you currently have often. So your sockets will probably be changing off, like, frequently. So you don't need to focus on changing or altering them right in the beginning. Okay, so we found something interesting. We found a bunch of monsters frozen in place. And as you're a new player, you're like, what the fuck is this? What is going on here? Just double click the one in the middle and they'll bust out. Run away if you need to. And just attack, move. Use the mobility if you need it. And then he dropped stuff. You're new, pick it up. You don't care what it is, you're just like, loot. It's fancy. I want it in my pocket. We're just gonna continue along here. You can activate the Delirium portal if you want. Again, it's gonna generate more monsters and give you loot at the end of it. Found a blue pack. Definitely want to kill it. Did you explain attack in place? No, I did not. If you hold shift while attacking or casting a spell, your character will not move. Wait, is it shift? Control, sorry. If you hold... Wait, I'm holding control. Why is he still moving? What is it by default? I think it might have been changed. I don't know. Let me check real quick. Hold on. I'm like trying to press all these buttons. Mine is shift for some reason, but he's still moving even though I'm doing attack in place. But attack in place will force your character to stop, right? So if I tell him to move like all the way up here, and I do shift and then my skill. It's so you don't accidentally... Okay, I'm losing myself. It's so you don't accidentally move where you don't mean to, and you can just... I wasn't even using it, to be honest, Vertigo. I was just doing left click. Just left click and then right click. Okay, forget about that for now, because I need to figure out a way to explain that better. That was trash. Okay, so you might run into these while you're playing. These are shrines, and usually they're guarded by a shit ton of mobs. Just go ahead and click it. It'll give it to you and everyone else in the party. And depending on what the shrine is, you get a buff. Ours is a buff that makes us do cold damage around us. Don't you have attack on in place enabled on the gem? Do I? Where do I check? Oh yeah, and don't forget to use your Quicksilver Flask like I was doing. Same thing. It's just, it gives you more... The Quicksilver Flask gives you more movement speed so that you can just get through areas faster. Don't forget to dash too. Dash, Quick Flask, Quicksilver. Your Flask also refill as you kill shit. And as you level, which we just did, so it automatically refills all your Flask. I didn't have it. Is this means it's on. I didn't have it on. Or at least... Yeah, not for this one. I'll explain it in a bit. I'll explain the attack without moving in a bit. But for now, we're just, Oh shit, I forgot to mention, we came into this area, the submerged passage, because there's a side quest here we want to do. Some people will skip it and do it later on. But we'll just do it now. It's not hard. And we also have 2 skill points that we need to use, but we'll save it. Our gem leveled up, so I'm going to switch it. I'm going slow because I'm trying to think of what I need to explain and how I should be explaining it. Sorry. That's why I'm not like... Usually, like, when I play normally, I'm like always spamming dash and using Quicksilver Flask whenever they're up. I'm not the best teacher, but I try. Not doing anything special, just, you know, just keep moving, attacking, all that stuff. Found another blue pack. Killing it for the extra EXP. Does the skill gem always have the same stats? Like, will it always cost the same, do the same damage ETC? Or can you get better rolls? Gems can't have rolls, but as I was saying earlier, they do get your they get EXP and they level up, and that's how they get better. So, like, whenever our EK, or our ethereal knives, levels up, it does more damage as it levels up. Same with the support gems. When they level up, they're going to become more potent. When dash levels up, it does increase the mana cost, by the way. I forgot to mention that. When the spells and stuff level up, they do increase in cost. And you can get rolls. You can get rolls on items, but you can't get rolls on gems, on skill gems. That's a good question, though. Shit, I got stuck. So could you use the same spell the entire time on a character since it levels with you? Yep. You can use any skill you want. I'm not gonna like make you do like anything meta. I feel like that's too controlling and it's too... What's the word? I can't think of the word, but like, I feel like if you're a new player, you should just try out every fucking skill. Just try everything and see what you like, see what you don't. Don't just play a build because it's the meta. Play this build because it's the best build ever. Like, if you're just learning the game, just play whatever you want. You can beat the game with any skill. And by beat the game, I mean the first 10 acts. Would I do like endgame bosses with every skill? Probably not. That's when picking a certain skill will matter, but for casual purposes, no. It don't matter. There, I just tried out my contagion spell. I forgot about it. We're keeping our distance because we're a ranged character. We're a ranged spellcaster. If you're melee, you're probably not going to be doing what I'm doing. You're going to be in that face of the mobs and be attacking and shit. We got one rare item. We're going to take that and a mana flask. So same thing as last time. We're just going to go ahead and exit to character selection after we kill the thing. And we'll be back in town without having to waste a portal. So we talked to Tarkley because we killed the we killed the monster he wanted us to kill. And he gives you a book. You right click the book and he gives you another skill point. We have fucking 4. I need to spend my I need to spend my skill points. Jesus. Still following along this path. So once you reach your like first fork in the road, this is where new players will start getting. It's a little intimidating, right? Because now we're starting to get options. We're starting to get a lot more options now. We can go up here. We can go over here. We can go down here. There's this option down here. And even this part splits into 2. And then as a new player, you're probably like, holy shit. What do I do? Keep it simple for now. Wait, what's 6? What do you mean 6? Keep it simple for now and just try to get life. Oh, I thought you were like telling me something. I'm like, is this a code word I'm forgetting about? 6? What do you mean? Life is important. It's probably the most important thing you get on the tree, to be honest. Always prioritize getting life. It might be boring for casual players because you're like, ugh, life? I want it damaged so I hit harder and shit. No. Prioritize fucking getting life, because even if you're the tanky boy, the marauder, and you start off like as a melee tanky character, you still need to get life on the tree. Might as well talk about this now, but you can also search. You can also search up certain nodes on the tree. There's like a little search bar up here. So, for example, if you're trying to plan out your tree and you're like, where should I go? What should I get? There's all this shit. Let's say you're a ranged character using a bow, and you're like, shit, how am I gonna plan this out? You just go type bow, and when you zoom out, you'll notice it highlights the nodes that have to do with bows, and you can look at the ones that you're like, oh, that looks like it'll be good for my build, or that looks good. Or if you're like, okay, Panda told me to get life on the tree. Where the fuck are the life nodes? I'm new. I have no idea where anything is. I picked a different class, and I can't copy Panda. Just type in life, and let's say you picked a different class that starts on this side. Bam! It'll highlight the ones that give you life. Make sure you actually read them, though, because this one doesn't give you life, but most of them do. Just make sure it says increased maximum life. That's what you're looking for. So we can also use that for our advantage and look, okay, we want to get life as a new character. Where is it on this side of the tree? And we can see, oh, here it is. That's not life. That's a lie. There's some right here. And you think, okay, well, now I sort of have an idea of where I want to go. Kind of. I'm not saying it's going to be all easy peasy lemon squeezy, but you have an idea of where you should be going or where to go when you search up nodes and stuff. Okay. What did we get? We got more stuff. So, flask upgrades will drop as you kill monsters and stuff. So you'll notice that we got a large mana flask. Obviously, it's going to give us more mana when we use it compared to this small mana flask that we just got. And you'll notice that flasks can drop in uncommon quality, meaning they can also have extra benefits to you when you use them. So for this one in particular, we get 20% chance to gain a flask charge when you deal a crit strike, and 56% block and stun recovery during a flask effect. It's not really amazing or anything like that, but it's just like, hey, it's something, you know, in addition to recovering more mana. So it's like, oh, okay, cool, neat.
Yes?
Can you change the mods on the flask? Yes. Do you need to at this stage? No. Definitely not. Not until level 60 is probably when I'd start checking for certain flask mods. But we'll get more on that later.
Farewell.
Alright, so we got a rare pair of gloves, and we're going to compare it to our uncommon one. Obviously, this one's going to be a little bit better just because it gives a higher resist. It gives a different resist. This one gives fire, this one gives lightning, but this one gives 11, and it gives life. That's all we care about. The physical damage to attacks, the fire damage to attacks on this rare item does not apply to us because we're not attacking, so to speak. We're casting spells, okay? We would need adds so-and-so damage to spells for it to affect us because we're not attacking. We're not actually attacking monsters. And then regenerate is whatever mana gain on kill. Okay, cool, whatever. So we're gonna replace our gloves. And don't forget to re-equip your gems when you replace your gear like that. Don't forget you have gear in your... or you have gems in your gear. So flask effect equals mana / health replenished or speed buff for the green one. Yeah, so you only get the buffs while you're using the flask. The other flask I have are not uncommon or blue, whatever you want to call it. So I'm not going to get any other bonus effects when I use them. And we'll get more on that later. There's a lot of stuff. I'm like feeling I should tell you, but I'm trying so hard not to overwhelm you. Because it's like, I could easily just overwhelm you just by talking about every little thing that this game has. So we're just going to get rid of some stuff here. Whoops. Just get rid of all this extra stuff. Still holding on to the gem and the wand because we're still waiting for more green sockets so I can get the setup. And no, you can't have like a dagger in one hand and a wand in the other. That would be badass if you could. But you can dual wield in this game, but they have to be similar weapon types. You can't do a dagger and then a wand. That's, as cool as that sounds, that's a no-no. So we're all done here. We're all managed. And then we're going to go back to the submerged passage. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to keep it simple and easy. Because every time someone's like, hey, I heard of this game called PoE. I'm interested in playing it. Everyone's like, oh my god, you want to get into this game? Okay, first thing you gotta do, you gotta get the loot filter. Okay, look up a guide. Here, you need to make sure you don't fuck up your points and spend it on this. Don't use that skill. Use all these skills. Get all these items. It's like, holy shit. I don't even know what you just said, man. I just want to play video games and kill stuff and get loot. We're gonna pick up that shield because, one, we don't have any... you can either have your secondary weapon or a shield in this slot, or if you're using a two-handed weapon, then you can only have the two-handed weapon here, but more on that later. Simply because it gives you more spell damage. That's why I picked it up, if you're wondering why I picked up a white item for a minute there. It wasn't on an accident. 12% more spell damage is nice. Whale, whale, whale. Shit. So we just noticed a dagger dropped. It's 3 linked. You can see the link between the sockets here. 2 of them are blue, and 1 of them is green. So what you could do is, if you wanted to do something, oh, let's not make this complicated, but instead of using a green support gem, you could equip this, put your skill here, and then use 2 blue support gems instead. That could be an option, but since we don't have any blue support gems, we can't. But we could also change our setup and no longer use EK. Instead, we could use Contagion as our main damage. And since I plan on using this skill, fuck it. We'll do it. We're not going to use EK anymore. And then you can always change your skill bar, by the way. Don't forget that. You want to change... If you don't like having your main skill be right-click, Want it to be Q, W, or whatever you set it to, you can do that. You can also change the hotkeys. I should probably still use EK though. I don't know why I did that. But Ugh. Wait, what are we saying nice to? Being able to switch the hotkeys? So yeah, always keep an eye on what drops. You never know, something useful could be useful for your character, for your class, or whatever, for your build. And I know it looks like I go through the I just ignore a lot of the loot, but I'm actually just looking at it, see if it's good for me, and you know, if it's not good for me, then I just keep moving. So it's okay if you're new and you're like, hey, what just dropped? Let me see it. Let me just stop, look over the thing when it's safe to do so, of course, and mouse over it. Is this what I want? That's a spell damage, so probably this is a sword, so probably not good for me. Yeah, you can have end game. You can have up skill gem be supported by up to 5 supports, and they do a ton of damage at that point because it's supported by so many things. I feel like I'm such a boomer. I'm like, dude, how long have I been playing and I'm only here? But that's okay. Okay? Don't feel bad. Sorry, I'm only feeling bad because I'm used to going through this faster. Sorry. You're probably going to be, you know, it's okay. It's okay. You're taking your time. Whatever. You're having fun. You're playing with your homies. No, you can't put 6 sockets on a weapon. Oh, you can only on 2-handed weapons. Sorry. Not on that one-handed weapon I have, but things like bows and 2-handed axes and swords can have up to 6 sockets. Your chest piece can have up to 6 sockets. Weapons and shields can only have up to 3. Your gear, like your helmet, your gloves, your boots, can have up to 4. Feel free to write that down if you want. And I'm gonna go ahead and do this delirium thing, because why not? You're new. You're like, I wanna try this. Oh god. Don't panic. Just keep attacking if you get surrounded. Don't panic. Don't try to move if you get blocked, too. Just keep attacking if you do. Don't be like, ah, save me. I still panic late game. Who am I kidding? Try not to panic. There, that's the better way of wording it. Try not to panic. You're not playing hardcore, okay? You know? It's not like your character is going to be permanently gone. There we go, we did a thing. Some loot dropped, we picked it up. There's a large life flask, which is a great upgrade compared to our mini life flask, which is awesome. I'm forgetting. Oh, I removed dash from my skill bar for some reason. Jesus. There's a waypoint here. Okay, a little fun fact, I guess. If you ever wonder which way is the correct way to go, let's say you use the waypoint or you stopped playing at this point to take a break or whatever, and you're like, shit, which is the right way to go? The way that has these 3 stones right here. Think of this as like a little arrow that's telling you to go this way. This is the correct way to go to progress. Oh shit. Wait till I get my fucking build going, dude. It's gonna be great. But yeah, about the 6-socket thing, don't worry about getting it early game, especially because you can't actually get it early game unless you get a very rare item to drop. So we also got another shrine, and as you can see, we got the exact same buff. It's the ice damage AoE thing again. What if I get a piece of gear that has good stats and sockets, but the sockets aren't connected? Can I connect them later? Yes, but should you do that early game? No, because the item that allows you to do so is fairly rare, and you don't want to waste your resources early. And you can see, like, you really don't need the gem with the supports so bad. Like you don't need it immediately in the beginning. Like my EK, it's not even connected to anything anymore, and we're still killing shit. We're fine. This damage is acceptable. I'm gonna pick up this wand to teach you guys something. I wouldn't normally pick it up. I like how Vertigo's just laughing.
I'm so good at this, I scare myself.
How's my teaching, Vertigo? It sucks. But I'm trying. We're gonna pick up this ring for teaching purposes. But yeah, you really don't need to focus on getting super OP shit early on. Just focus on learning the game and learning how to remember to constantly keep moving. And don't stand in circles. Always a rule. No matter what, don't stand in circles. Like 99% of the time, do not stand in a circle. It's bad. Okay, I stood in a circle, but not the enemy circles, okay? That's what I mean. He didn't drop shit. Anytime you see an item that says orb or scroll, pick it up. Doesn't matter what it is, pick it up. Could be worse. We'll take it. I'm trying to keep it... It's hard to keep it simple. But also... What's the word? Effective? There's another scroll. Pick it up. Armor, scrap, pick those up too. Shit. Why not? Whetstone, pick those up too. Shit. I tried the shadow, but it doesn't matter which one you pick. Pick whichever one looks cool and interesting to you. It doesn't matter. They can all do all the content in the game. Yes, some of the, like, there's pros and cons to every class, but there isn't like exclusive skills or exclusive items to a class. They can all use whatever items, whatever skills you want them to use. And you shouldn't feel like you have to use a certain class. If you want to play the Shadow because it looks cool, great. You want to play the Witch because she looks cool, nice. A couple years ago, I had a friend show interest in PvE, so we played together. He lost interest in Act 2. I wrote, when Roro played with me, and he doesn't play these games ever, I wrote a mini cheat sheet for him in Google Docs so he could, like, you know, I like wrote here, this is the build that you should try to do, and like here's what you should try to look for in your gear, and it still wasn't good. I was trying to explain to him as we played, and yeah, I'm trying to keep it as casual friendly as I can. And again, we're not doing anything fancy. We're just exploring. We're killing monsters. This is great. I tried the witch first, by the way, to answer your second question. And which class do I think is the most fun? All of them actually, because they all have very different playstyles and unique builds. Whoa, chill out. I think they all can be fun. Some people might not like spellcasters though, or you might not like melee builds, but you like archer stuff, so that might be for you. If that's your thing. But you know, I'm the variety streamer here. I play all sorts of games, so it's no surprise that I like to play all sorts of builds as well. This game has so many builds too. Like, I have put a lot of hours into PoE, and I still haven't tried every single build there is to try, because they keep adding new stuff, and there's other stuff. Ooh. Pretty sure a lot of players will die here, but if you remember to always move, you shouldn't get killed by the jumping goats, and you'll be fine. There's an orb thingy. Pick it up. Oh, look, we ran into a mini boss. I'm gonna fight it. Yeah, that's really one of the best things about PoEs because of that class freedom. So there is no wrong option when it comes to picking a class, at least. Now, of course, there's going to be that one shithead that's like, well, if you want to do this kind of build, you have to play a witch. Or if you want to do, you know, like, there's certain build types that will be better optimized with certain classes, and sure. But for casual purposes, just, like, don't even worry about it. Just pick whatever. And if you do want to try a different class, feel free to do so, man. Just make another character. I think this game gives you, like, how many slots for free? I usually delete the characters I'm not playing, so I don't even know. I think it's like 5. You like playing as female characters, and she look cool. Great. That's the one I picked first too, and she can be a good starting class.
Prison's a child's playhouse compared to this. They sure don't make them like they used to.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to town. After we activate the waypoint, go back to town. Dark Souls. So we have more skill points. Okay, so this is the part that gets a little hard for me to explain here, because depending on what class you picked, depending on what build you're going, you know, what skill you're choosing to invest in, I've already decided in my head what build we're going, and I don't have access to the skill yet, but I already know what it is. It's going to be a Contagion Essence Strain build, but I don't have Essence Strain yet. So, okay, so you've spent your first couple points, and maybe you've hopefully found a skill you like. If not, that's okay too. Keep trying skills until you find one that really sticks with you. The important thing to remember when you're picking skill, like when you're taking nodes on the tree, is the tags on the skill. So, for example, we're using Contagion, and I was also using Ethereal Knives. Let's say I wanted to build a build all around Ethereal Knives, because I'm like, man, this skill is so fucking cool, and I want to make a build around it. Great. If you look under the tags, it tells you that it's a spell. It's a projectile. It does physical damage, and it still boggles my mind that this has duration. I think that's just for the it doesn't matter. Whatever. So what I would want to do is type in spell in the tree so I can have a better understanding of where I should be going, where I should be traveling to, and like how I should spend my points. Also, don't feel like this is a permanent choice either, because there are ways to undo your choices. So if you're like, I invested points into, I don't fucking know, I took physical damage and crit strike chance, but now I'm using a skill that's fire damage. Fuck. This is a wasted point. You can see up here there's something called refund points, which you'll be able to get. If you do that side quest that I skipped earlier, you get 2 refund points from that as well. So if you ever feel like, oh shit, I have to undo something, there you go. So I know a lot of people, like I know especially a certain someone that if they were to play this game, they would probably stare at this tree for literally like an hour because they're like, shit, what's the best option here? I don't know. I don't want to like fuck up my tree. Like I was like, no, dude, it's fine. Just chill out. I would probably, you know, like I said, look up I looked up the spell tag so I could kind of see, okay, there's some spell damage here. And then we saw that it was physical. This game blows. True. So we saw that had a physical tag. And you could see this increases your physical damage. So we could probably go here as well for the EK. We could be like, oh, okay, physical damage. And then we could pick this up. And then we see, oh, okay, spell damage is over here. There's life nodes over here, so maybe you want to pick those up. There's spell nodes here, but you'll notice these are spell crit chance. You don't want to get this yet, or especially early game, no matter what. You don't want to pick up anything crit early on, as a general rule. So the build that I'm doing is going to be mainly focused on damage over time, or DOT for short. So what I would do is do damage over time, and then voila, we have nodes that are popping up. I'm like, okay, cool. Damage over time here. There's damage over time here. Nice. What is this? Damage over time multiplier. We probably don't want to pick that up just yet. So what I would do is pick up the damage over time nodes. Alright, what are you guys saying in chat? What did I miss? I didn't remember if you saw them or not, so I didn't want to say and spoil. Yeah, we ran into those damn wheel things a bunch of times. They killed me a bunch, too. Just master undo and create a new character? I mean, you can. If you really think you messed up that badly. But I mean, honestly, you'll be fine. Just make sure you stick to getting a good balance of life and then the particular damage that applies to you. Depending on what class you picked, and the skill you're going for. So, example, you said you picked the witch, right? So your starting point is here, and you're like, well, shit, Panda, I don't have a nice life starting node like you did on this shadow tree. That's not fair. Well, the witch does get energy shield, which is another. You can see I have some shield here. You could go this route right here, pick up some energy shield along the way, and then there's like life nodes right here. And let's say you found an elemental type of spell that you really like. I don't know, let's say lightning. Like, oh, there's this really cool fucking lightning spell that I tried out and it's fucking awesome. Now I want to build around it. Alright, cool. So you would, you start out here, you grab those energy shield nodes. You'll grab the life, of course. We're not neglecting life. And then you see, oh, okay, cool. There's lightning here. That's not lightning damage. You'll see there's some life here. Make sure you're also like searching up life, right? So if you wanted to look at life near the witch's tree, you would type in life and be like, okay, there's some there, there's some there. There's some all the way over here that's kind of a reach, and then there's some this is like the Templar starting area. There's this stuff. So you're like, all right. You get a better understanding of where you want to go. And this is really hard to master. This isn't easy. Okay, like understanding your wants and needs off the tree does take time, and you'll get better with it as you keep playing. You'll get a better understanding of like, oh, okay, I should invest this much into life, I should invest this much into damage. But try not to worry about it too much as a new player, because if you do, you're just gonna get overwhelmed and you're just gonna be like taking forever. And the person that does take forever to pick on the skill tree would be my sister's hubby. He would take forever. If you were to look at this tree, he'd be like, shit, what do I want? And he would probably spend an hour looking at it, when I'm just like, dude, just pick. Keep it simple. Just pick what your build needs. Just pick better nodes, forehead. Oh, I forgot to mention, but when we beat the boss in the previous area before I came in here, we saved someone in a cage and I totally just ignored her. That's a habit because I've done this shit a million times. So we're gonna go back to town and we're gonna talk to her. You don't have to do anything with her. She's not important until, what would you say, Vertigo? Like level 60? Till way later mid-game stuff. I wouldn't even worry about her probably till end-game stuff, honestly. I don't even mess with any of her stuff until later. So anyways, we saved an NPC. She's in our town, or she's in the town now. Great, we're gonna move on. There's something in here called an ascendancy trial, and we are going to do it. We're gonna look for it. And you're like, Panda, what's that? Where do I find it? Hey, shut up, shithead. You'll know it when you see it on the map. Is that the spiky thing? Wait, what spiky thing? So we're just exploring. If you find the exit for this area first, don't take it until you do the trial. There was a path that had some spikes moving in a loop. Wait, where? I didn't see no spikes. Also, if I lose you at any point, feel free to like, or if I'm explaining shit too fast, feel free to let me know. So I can try to explain it in a better way that makes sense, because I'm pretty sure that there's probably some details here and there that I'm like totally forgetting about. You're raging at this game. We found a spiky path? Wait, what game? Anyways, you'll know when you find the ascendancy because you'll see a book. I know you're probably squinting with your glasses right now, like, what? That's a book? Yes, that's a book. Or, if you're really close to it, it'll be this bronze monograph. You're probably gonna die if you do, because I know I did the first time I did this. This is the Trial of Ascendancy. This is how you unlock your subclass. Don't worry about that for now. We'll get into more of that in Act 3. But for now, just do it. I believe in you, okay? And you'll pop up on your quest thing too. Solve the Trial of Ascendancy. What's up, Jack Attack? Yes. And you're like, damn, Panda, how do you solve this shit? Alright, we're just gonna wait for the... We're gonna wait for the spikes to pass by, and we're gonna follow it. You're gonna follow the spikes. Use your Quicksilver and your dash if you need to. And there's gonna be a lever at the end. The lever opens the door for you. Then you're gonna go back the way you came. You can, if you want to play it safe, just stop in these like little side, areas. Wait for the spikes to pass. Use your Quicksilver and dash, and then you're home free, or at least you're halfway through it. So these spikes alternate. You'll see what I mean. Like, you know how they alternate from left and right, so you just keep following where they were. That's how I do it, at least. And then you're home free. Kill the stuff. Pick up an orb item. And then make sure you touch this. Touch it! Okay? I am totally not a noob player that forgets to touch this every now and then. Make sure you click it. He'll say some shit, but ignore it, and then just go in the portal. It'll take you back to the beginning of the trial. And, yeah. You did not play it safe? Did you die there? Alright, we found the exit, noted by the orange door on the map, which takes us to the next area. We have a skill point. Might as well just use it. I'm trying to explain this as if I was talking to a boomer. But I'm gonna try to go a little bit faster, and we'll get into the more advanced stuff as we proceed through the acts. And holy shit, I feel so boomer just taking this long getting through Act 1. Because usually, I can finish Act 1 in like, I don't know, 15-20 minutes, maybe? You died because someone you play with likes to rush. Well, tell that someone you play with that there's no need to rush. You don't have to rush. I mean, I know you have a deadline on when you have to beat the axe or whatever, but you could play as slow as a turtle and you'll definitely still make your deadline for your like little event or whatever. Don't forget to use your mobility shit, even though I'm forgetting to do it. Like dashing, don't forget to use your Quicksilver, so you can just get through areas faster. Then we're in the Warden's quarters. We're gonna do probably your first challenging boss fight.
Curious. It moves like a killer, yet reeks of thorn.
You also don't have to mash your mobility thing either, by the way. You don't have to do this. You can just hold it. No need to speedrun yourself to arthritis. Just hold it, and you'll dash whenever it's available. Or whatever movement skill you're using, depending on what class. I believe in you, numbers. You'll get through it. Alright, so before you enter the Warden's chambers, it's going to be kind of hard to explain his attacks while I'm fighting him, but just stick to what you've been doing. Just keep moving. Don't stand still. Stay away from circles and attack when it's safe to do so. Just move, attack, and you'll be fine. Because as soon as you enter here, you're gonna have to do a boss fight. There's lore here if you want to read that. But imagine playing this game for lore. Lol. Anyways, so you're gonna go in here. Don't panic. Just move. Stay away from circles. You can see that he's like charging up his attacks. So he's very slow. You can just make sure you dash away if you need to. You just keep moving. Don't let him touch you. Definitely don't be near that if you're melee. No, you can't embrace me. Buy me dinner first. And it's okay if you die, by the way. If you're new and you die here, don't feel bad. There isn't really much of a penalty in softcore, at least this early on, for dying. And you can just respawn in town, or you can respawn in the last checkpoint, which is like right outside this boss room. So if you do die, you can get right back into the boss fight and continue taking him on. Whoops. I dashed into his attack. Don't do that. I was showing you what not to do, okay? He's almost dead. Yay! You did it! Pick up some more items. I mean, some of the lore for PoE is interesting if you do want to read through it, but most players, you know, you just skip through it. These games really aren't known for their story. So, congratulations, you just beat the boss. You can save yourself a portal scroll by just going to character selection again, relogging in, and you'll be in town. Wait, why not? Did I talk to Nessa?
With some.
Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot to mention that when you first enter the prison, Nessa will have another support gem reward for you. So if you got lucky and you got more, I haven't been lucky with the RNG on the socket, so I haven't been really able to get a good link, but you have options here. Just make sure it tells you, right? This won't work with Contagion or even Dash, but it will work with EK. This won't work. This will work with EK. It tells you, so. But just make sure you read what it still does. That doesn't mean just like ignore it. Alright, I guess I'll take LMP for Essence Train later.
Farewell.
And then we have some more Scrolls of Wisdom so we can identify the shit we've been picking up. Don't forget you can hold shift and then left click all the items you need to.
The warden's free of his own.
And then when you talk to Tarkley after beating the boss, he'll give you another set of gems to choose from. These are your even more movement stuff. As a spellcaster, you're definitely going to want to take Flame Dash. And there's some other skills in here too. But there's mobility stuff. There's even your first aura right here. But we're going to take Flame Dash, right? What's Withering Step? Oh, no, we don't want that. We're going to take Flame Dash.
I've traveled inland on the
Alright. We don't have anything in our helmet slot, so we'll change that. And I picked up this ring for teaching purposes. So I picked up an iron ring earlier, and this does nothing for me because it, as you can see, it says it adds physical damage, which is great for EK, but it's only 2 attacks. EK is once again not an attack, it is a spell. So this does not affect us in any way. I'm gonna swap it with a coral ring because that shit gives us life. And that is what you want. Life, life, life. Let's look at what else we got. This is garbage because there's no life rolls. Nice cold resistance though. This is way better than what we have. Gives us a little bit of resistance, a little bit of life. And yeah, it just has more bonus effects for us. This helmet gives way more life, and in addition to that, 2 green sockets linked together, but this one is not. This blue one is by itself. So we can do EK again with one of our support gems. So what we can do is actually... Oh wow, now that I actually have it. What if something had multiple elemental resistances but no life? Oof, that's a hard decision. If the resistances are high in value and your resistances are low, and if you need to check what your resistances are, you press C for your character sheet. Then you go to the defense tab, and it'll tell you right here. I have no cold resistance, but I have 11 fire and lightning. Don't worry about chaos resistance for now. Focus on fire, cold, and lightning. Yeah, you'll see if these are very low, and you're gonna want to get these as high as you can, if possible, early on. Otherwise, you're gonna start dying a lot. I would still go for the life, but it's one of those things you kind of have to judge for yourself. If your resistances are bad, holy shit, nice wings, dude. I got distracted. If your resistances are bad, then yeah, maybe, but try to have life on the rest of your gear then to sort of compensate for it. And then I forgot to replace my flask. I got a large one. You can just sell this or delete it. Those things are way too bulky. I agree. And we'll move our EK setup up here. It doesn't matter, by the way, what piece of gear your gems are linked into. It's still gonna gain EXP at the same rate, and it doesn't affect damage or anything like that. So just because I put it here, it doesn't matter. So EK, and we're gonna put Onslaught on there. So now it's linked together. I'll swap to this wand since it's okay. Like I don't need the I can swap to this for more damage because this is gonna give us 24% increased spell damage. The +1 to all cold spell skills would have been nice to take advantage of, but none of our skills do cold damage, unfortunately, so that's not doing anything for us. But hey, 24% more spell damage. Yay. The rest is pretty much junk, so you can sell it. And then if you want to mass sell stuff, like really fast, you just hold control, left control, and then you just click. Click all the junk that you don't need. We don't need that either.
Farewell.
Then go back to your stash. You're just going to put all this stuff away to make space. Whoops, I put away some of my gems. We still want to keep Flame Dash. Equip that one. I'll keep LMP because I'm going to need it later. The rest can stay. So we're going to go back to the waypoint. And you'll notice Prisoner's Gate is automatically unlocked for you. So that's why I told you to go back to character selection after the boss. It just saves you a couple seconds. You don't have to, you don't have to like walk all the way outside. But we're going to go to the new area for Prisoner's Gate. And yeah, we'll just move on. We now have 2 mobility skills. You don't have to have 2. You can just do 1. Flame Dash is useful because you teleport, and you can use this effect to... I'll show you in a second. You can teleport over cliffs. Oh, I should have done it up here. You didn't know that? You didn't know what? You always pick up the waypoint? Yeah, it saves you a couple seconds. And it saves you a portal scroll, of course. Look at that, I'm teaching new things to old players. There you go. You learned something. So yeah, especially early on, you'll see monsters do these long-ass wind-ups and charges for their attacks. That's like their signal to like... They're signaling you to like... to get away from them. They're nice enough to give you plenty of time to run away. Oh yeah, and you can like... See how you can't pass over these? Let's just say I'm derp and I didn't see that downward slope over there. And I'm like, shit, I can't get down. You can use Flame Dash to teleport over. Very convenient thing to have. You can also use it if you ever get like stuck. Like let's say I get surrounded and I'm like, oh shit. You know, or you could also dash too. They both work. But you can't dash over cliffs, so... Alright, you notice how this enemy has a yellow tint? I forgot to mention that. This is a rare enemy. They will have even more added abilities than the blue ones that you saw earlier. And they... Well, they used to tend to drop better loot, but... They do give you extra EXPs. You also don't have to open every single chest you see. Ever, because most of the time they will just drop trash. What if I said that and like a rare item just pooped out? All the new players would be like, what the fuck? Is he trying to lie? He's trying to lie so he can get all the good loot. See, like, most of them will just have trash. Like, what I'm saying is, like, you don't have to go out of your way to open every single chest and trunk and whatever. If they're on the way, sure, open them. Whatever. But... you know, don't feel like you missed out because you didn't open all the chests and shit. We're almost done with Act 1. Holy shit, this video is going to be like 2 hours. But, I mean, it is covering everything. Once we get into Act 2, I can like narrow it down a bit. I'm going to take this shield for learning. For teaching purposes. Gonna pick up that. Gems can drop too, by the way, from monsters, as you just saw. Surprise, surprise, we just got a support gem that just dropped. And yeah, I usually ignore chests. Whenever whenever I'm just playing, I don't really open them. And as Vertigo would tell me, you know, I've missed hundreds of rare items and exalted orbs and mirrors of Calandras by not opening every chest and breaking every crate. Alright. You can't really see the tint, but if you mouse over them, you can see their life bar is blue. But this is another uncommon pack, so, you know, just try to kill it. So you'll notice this chest piece has a 3-link. This one has a 2-link. So if you needed 2 blues and a green, you know, something to keep an eye on. Yeah, every chest I don't open has a mirror. Ha ha ha. For you new players, a mirror is one of the rarest items. It's the rarest item in the game ever. Like, I've been playing this game. I have 4,000 plus hours on PoE, and I've never seen a mirror drop. Another skill gem just dropped. What does it do? The Mirror of Calandra, or just Mirror for short, copies an item. Makes an exact copy of an item. But most people will not use it for its intended purpose. Instead, people will use it to get current, like, I know I said there's no gold currency, but they'll use it to get like better gear from trading with other players. We'll just say that. Alright, usually there's a waypoint in the beginning of this area, so if you didn't find it like I did, kind of have to backtrack. Because we definitely want that waypoint. Oh, it's over here. Nice. Sometimes I've had very nice layouts and the waypoint was like literally right as you entered. Make sure you get the waypoint in this area for sure. And also, in case you didn't notice, you don't have to get every waypoint ever. Like, I missed the one in the climb. Boo-hoo. It doesn't matter. If you miss one, not the end of the world. They're convenient to have, but you don't always have to get them. But for the most part, they're put in hard to miss spots. Most of them, anyway. There's a portal scroll back here. So again, to reiterate, you'll notice that Fairgraves, or the NPC here, had an exclamation point because he has a quest for me here, but quests are retroactive, so you can do them without actually having to talk to him, and you don't have to accept it like an MMO or anything. You know, this isn't World of Warcraft where you gotta talk to them, accept the quest, have it in your log or whatever, but since I already know where to go, that's kind of why I'm just like doing it already. Like, I'm already going toward it. Armor, scrap, we're gonna pick those up. Another blue pack. How's the explanation so far, Numbers? Are we learning? I'm learning. I'm learning that I suck at explaining stuff. Okay, another blue pack. We're just gonna go ahead and finish off these ghosts. So we found the ship graveyard cave. Gonna go inside. We have 2 points. I'm gonna go ahead and spend them. Now, I know I said the tree is hard to master, and like I'm putting in my points really fast and not really sharing the thought process, is because I kind of already... I can go over it again, but like I said, you just want to look up what kind of damage you need that applies to your character and your character's build, and then get life. But try to prioritize life. And since my build is going to be damage over time, like I already know this is the damage over time path, and we're going to be doing chaos damage, so there's chaos damage here. And even more convenient, this leads to some more life nodes right here. There's life nodes right here. So like in my head, I already know where to go. That's why I'm going through the tree really fast, but it's okay to just take your time and like look up, okay, where should I be going? Or what do I think is the best option for me? What nodes are going to give me the best value? All that stuff. Yay! Alright, another Delirium portal. Let's just do it for fun. A little Delirium tip. While the portal thing is active, you'll notice there's these red pods and white pods. You do not want to walk over the red pods like I just did because it spawns these things, these bombs that home in on you. And you can see they explode after some time. Make sure you keep moving. Don't stop to let the monsters gang up on you. And if you see these these white pods, I can't talk. If you see these white pods, go ahead and walk over those because those will spawn more monsters. And we just got 2 rare boots. Nice. Those pods I just walked over. I'll show it again in another delirium. It's okay. It's not a big deal. There's a delirium portal in like every area. And you can interact with the optional content as much or as little as you want to. If you're like, hey, these added monsters is making this game way too hard or way too overwhelming and you don't want to interact with it yet, that's fine. That is a-okay. In fact, a lot of, in general, a lot of people usually just skip the optional stuff just so they can move through areas faster. Found another one of these things. We're just going to double click on the center dude to open it up. And I'm not explaining every single item because I don't want you to, like, this is how you get overwhelmed. If I try to stop and explain every single item, it's going to be overwhelming. And as a new player, like, you're gonna, like, I could explain an item and you're going to be like, okay, that's cool, but what is that gonna do? Or like, what should I use it now? Should I save it? Is this a good item? Like, when do I use it? What is it? It's like, just pick it up. Just forget about it for now. I'll go over it later because I'm trying to keep it simple. And then we found the area boss for this particular cave. Fun fact, you can fight this thing if you want to, but if you don't, you can actually just go to the quest thingy and then just just leave if you want to. It's up to you. But if you're like, no, I never run away from a fight, then go ahead and kill it. And you'll notice he used the skill that trapped me in his, like, in those ice walls. And I was able to dash out of it, so that's why it's always important to have mobility skills on hand. It saves you in situations like that. Lore, if you care about it. And then there's another orange door here, and this is where we want to go because this is the way to progress. And then as soon as you enter the Cave of Wrath, there is a waypoint right next to the entrance, convenient for you. And you definitely want to go back to town when you get to this waypoint for many reasons. So when choosing skills, do you look at every little thing effect it does? Yes, you definitely want to look at every little effect because that's going to help you understand what nodes you should go for on the tree, what you should be looking for in your gear, and, you know, like stuff that'll help you get the most damage out of said skill. Yeah, but also try it too. Like I said, try all the skills out because you could read it one way and you're like, okay, I think this skill could be interesting. And then you actually use the skill and you're like, what the fuck is this? What the hell? That's not what I imagined. And then you're like, ugh, never mind. Alright, but now we're back in town. We have a point, so let's go ahead and spend it. We're going up here because this is a really good node. This set right here is really great early on because it gives you life. It gives you a little bit of resistances all around. Evasion rating, don't worry about that. The energy shield is nice too, I guess. But go ahead and identify all the stuff we got.
You must take your time.
If you talk to Nessa after you enter the Cave of Wrath, she's gonna have yet another set of gems for you to pick from. Yep, there are tons and tons of skills in PoE, and they can all work really well. But yeah, feel free to mouse over them, be like, okay, which one do I want? Which one sounds cool? Whatever.
Goodbye.
I already know what I want. I already know what build we're going for, so that's why I'm able to just pick the one I need and just go. But it's okay if you need to take your time and like read them over. So, as a general rule of thumb for gear, I said just look for life and resist. The only time this deviates is when you're looking at a weapon and when you're looking at your boots. For boots, you still want those life and resist, but you also want to try to get movement speed. You can see this one has movement speed. They both do. 10%. You always want the movement speed. It's very important. You don't want to feel like a freaking slug when you're trying to move. Always get more movement speed if you can. Neither of them give life. Well, I guess this one kind of does because strength gives life a little bit. But yeah, I guess we'll go with this one because it does give life then. Even though this has 2 resists. We'll go ahead and just go with this. It's fine. You'll see it gave like... How much? It gave like 7 life, even though it gives 13 strength. So that's why... strength isn't 1-to-1 ratio for life. It's like... I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter. Strength gives life. And then the rest we can just sell.
Farewell.
So I guess I can just use... We'll use that essence I just picked up, I guess, because it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to put essence strain on here. I'm going to put it on another slot. It's 0.5. You nerd. So I have a skill that needs to be channeled. That seems not good because you stay moving. Are channeled skills something you try to avoid? Channeled skills can be fine. You can still do the moving and stopping to attack. You just have to be very careful not to get greedy and channel too long. So, you know, you just move, stop the channel, you know, channel a little bit and then move, channel your skill, channel, boom, move. That's usually a good rule to follow, is just never stand still for too long, if you can help it. Okay, so we're gonna go back to those monsters that you saw that were frozen. And I had to double click the center one to unlock it. Those monsters will drop something called an essence. And as the description will tell you, it upgrades a normal item, that is a white item, not a blue, but a white, into a rare one with a guaranteed property. And it tells you, the whole list is telling you, okay, if you use this on a weapon, it's going to give you physical damage. If you use this on gloves, it's going to give you damage to attacks. If you use this on other pieces of armor, it's going to give you physical damage to melee attacks, and so on and so on. This isn't good for us, obviously, because... well... If we were to go EK, I guess it would have... Would it have affected? I don't think so. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered at all, because this is for melee stuff, and we're not melee build, so... This doesn't really help us in any way, but I just thought I'd mention it because we have it. I'll try to explain things as we get it, and then I just picked these up just to show you that skill gems can drop normally from monsters and loot containers and shit, so if you ever find some, you can check them out if you want. You'll notice I also got a superior life gain on hit, and the superior means it comes with an increased quality. What that quality is random. I just happen to get 6%. It's very rare to get gems that have higher quality, like 10% and above. The quality for a gem Okay, that's really complicated to explain. It has many different effects depending on what the gem is. But generally you do want to get higher quality gems. Or use them because they have increased effects, but we don't need this particular support gem. It's just something I just wanted to note. I don't know why I have the shield.
Hello.
Oh, I was gonna use basic crafting, but fuck it, I won't do it yet.
Yes?
I won't do crafting yet until Act 2 or 3. No reason to do it yet. So, we just unlocked the Cave of Wrath, but we're gonna go back to the ship graveyard, which is the area we were in before, so we can do this side quest. So once you clear out that cave we were in, you know, where I fought that boss and I got encased in the ice wall and I got out of it. You're gonna go talk to Fairgraves, skip all the dialogue, but get ready for like a fight, because he's gonna fight you after you turn in the thing. So skip all the dialogue if you want to, or listen to it. It don't matter. Just back up, you know. I should probably get rid of EK now since I have Essence Train and Contagion. Yay, we killed it. Nice.
Sorry for you, Fairgraves. Dying twice. Can't be
There's a wand there. I guess we'll check all this stuff too. Okay, great. We're gonna go back to town again. And we're gonna talk to Bestel, who's Bay. Apparently someone really likes Bestel.
Fairgraves.
You can go ahead and skip the dialogue because he's gonna give you another book. We like books. Why? Because books give you skill points. We love free skill points. Alright, you're gonna see that I can't equip this wand because I don't have enough intelligence. Oh, this is a great time to talk about attributes. So there are 3 attributes in PoE. If you open up your character sheet, there's 3 of them. Strength, dexterity, and intelligence. If you mouse over them, it tells you what they give. So, as Vertigo told me, it was 0.5 health per point of strength, so that's why it's 1 life for 2 strength. And there's melee fizz damage. There's dexterity gives you some bonuses, and intelligence gives you mana and energy shield. As you progress, weapons and armor and even your gems are going to have higher attribute requirements. And the way you can increase your attributes is from gear or the tree. As you can see on the tree, there's tons of what we call travel nodes, and these are how you get, see these basic ass generic ones that you need to travel to get to other clusters. There's intelligence, the blue ones are intelligence, the red ones are strength, and then the green ones are dexterity. So you don't have to overly invest into your attributes, just get enough so you can use your skill gems and equip better gear, and then extra some, but you don't have to get a crazy amount. Like, you don't have to be like, I don't know, like I'm gonna get 50 dexterity or something so I can stay ahead of the thing that's wasting your points. Just get enough just to be able to use your shit. Also notable nodes on the tree will also give you attributes as well. So you can see here, like in cold-hearted calculation, this one gives you plus 20 intelligence. If I take trickery right here, this will give me plus 10 to dexterity and intelligence. This one gave me plus 10 to dexterity and intelligence, so just something to keep an eye on. Alright, we did the side quest. We're ready to go back to Mervale's Caverns. And we're almost done with the first act. Holy shit. It's crazy. Alright. I'm gonna take off EK because I don't need this skill anymore. Let me go back real quick. Forgot to do this. We don't need EK anymore. We're done with it. Yep. I'm gonna switch around my gems here just so it's a little easier. Where did I put Onslaught? Okay. We're gonna switch the setup. I gave my support gem to Essence Strain instead of EK because we're no longer using EK. I'll talk about the pods so you can actually see them and take note. So these are the white pods that I was talking about to my left. And if you walk over those, these are the ones you want to walk over because they add more monsters for you to kill. You'll see. The ones you don't want to walk over are the red ones. Wow, there's a shit ton of white pods here. Well, there wasn't any red ones, so I couldn't use any as an example, but you'll definitely notice them if you're not too busy panicking because of all the additional mobs that the portal spawns. Treasure chest. Oh no, it was rigged.
I'm a gardener clearing the weeds so that the crops may grow.
Does the delirium thing only last for a certain amount of time? Yes. And I'm also going very slow because you can make it last longer if you keep up with the fog because the fog is moving. And when you move too slow, it leaves you behind. So you won't have to worry too much about delirium stuff, especially early on, because if you play, well, your event starts a little bit before the new expansion drops, so you will be seeing the delirium stuff. But if you do playing during the new Harvest expansion, which comes out on the 19th, you won't have to deal with delirium portals early on. You'll get the Farmville thing, right? We're excited for the Farmville League. Right, Vertigo, if you're still awake? Hell yeah. Also, we got another Essence Trap monster, so that's what we're fighting right now. Be very careful when you do fight these things too, because the Essence monsters do have additional attacks. How much did you hate it? I don't hate it at all, actually. I'm excited for it. No Kappa. No Kappa. No joking. I'm serious. I actually am excited to try it out. I wasn't like, my first thought was, yeah, like this is fucking Farmville, like what the hell? But like once they showed some of the crafting stuff and just how it works, I'm like, all right, maybe it'll be interesting. It looks interesting. I should probably explain my skills too. So I'm using, my build is Essence Strain and Contagion. So what I'm doing, I'll even tell you. I fire a projectile that applies a damage over time beat debuff when it hits. So the damage is mostly from the damage over time, not the actual projectile hitting. I get healed for a portion of the debuff damage, and then the debuff then gets spread by Contagion. So I'm hitting them with the projectile, and then we're using Contagion. When an enemy dies while under the effects of Essence Strain or Contagion, the Contagion will spread to other monsters. Oh yeah, I should probably use LMP for Essence Strain, right? I haven't looked at the exact crafting stuff, so I don't know what they have, but yeah, I'm definitely excited to see what they got. Alright, more life and stuff for me. Get ready, because you're halfway through the cave. And you're about to fight one of, according to the statistics, one of the hardest boss fights because a lot of people have died to her. So you just gotta be careful. Just don't get hit, forehead. I'm just kidding. You're gonna get hit. I'm gonna get hit. I should switch these two. I don't know why I have it like this. Hey, did you die to Merveil? Vertigo? Let's see, can I? Yeah, that's why you want a teleport skill. You see that shit? We would have been like, oh, this is a dead end. I guess I gotta go all the way around. Nope. Useful shit right there. Alright, before you enter Merveil's lair, you're ready for a boss fight. If you need to refill your flask, use a portal scroll to go back to town, and they'll automatically get refilled, and then come back. Once you're ready, just go into the thing. And again, it's really hard to explain their attacks as you're fighting them, but I'll try to do my best. But again, the strat is still the same. Move, attack, move, attack, move, attack. Don't stand in circles. Move, attack. But I guess in her case, it's... You'll see. So move. Don't stand in that. Don't stand in this little hailstorm here. And if you're like a melee build and you're like, Panda, I'm melee, how can I not get hit by all this shit? Try to hit her on her butt or her sides, wherever she's not facing. And if she gets dangerous, that's when you run away for a bit and then come back when it's safe. Don't get jebaited because you're only halfway done with the boss fight. Once you kill her, or once you get her life bar down the first time, she's gonna go to her second phase, which is this thing. Don't stand in the... What do you call these? The water spikes or whatever. Just don't stand in them. Keep moving. She teleports around a bit. That's okay. Just... We're moving. Heal if you need to. Look at that. Geysers. Sure, let's call them that. Whatever you want to call them. Don't stand in them. There's a great amount of flask here. The rest is kind of blah. We're not taking this tribal maul because this is a melee weapon. This is a two-handed melee weapon, not for us. Lore. And then the exit to Act 2 is in the back. And they automatically grab this waypoint for you, so you don't have to click it. You just keep moving.
Death has too many damned places to hide in the forest.
Alright, once we get into Act 2 town, we'll go over some stuff. Again, I'm not doing anything fancy. I'm casting the two same spells over and over again. Acid Strain, Contagion. Acid Strain, Contagion. Occasional dash or flame dash just so you can keep yourself moving or use the Quicksilver. Nothing fancy here. There's the area boss if you want to fight it. Look at that, there's a rare bow. Cool. Go into the forest encampment, and congratulations, you beat Act 1, and you're now in the town of Act 2. You'll notice there's 2 exits, one to the left, one to the right. You want to start on the right side first. Alright, so if this was a YouTube video, this is probably where I'd end, but because we're streaming, we're gonna keep going obviously for much longer, but I'm gonna try to chop up the VODs into pieces, like into each act basically. So for the first one, we kind of did a general overview of everything. I tried to go over as much as possible without getting too complicated. For Act 2, I don't even know what we should go over. What's something, Vertigo, that you guys think I should, or just anyone that plays PoE, what do you guys think I should go over for new players at this point? You've made it to Act 2, what should they learn? No. In fact, most skills don't go past two skills, or 2 attacks or 2 spells. Most have just like 1 attack or 1 spell. Or maybe they have like 1 skills for, you know, clearing a bunch of enemies because it's an AoE, and then the other is like a single target kind of skill. Something like that. But yeah, you're usually just using 1 skill. And you use the mobility stuff just to move through areas faster, but since now we're in the second act, we can get a tiny little bit more advanced in the explaining and the concepts and the mechanics and stuff. But if there's anything else I can try to go over, or if you have questions on anything, feel free to ask in chat. And it's not just numbers here, just anyone in general that needs something explained. But don't ask advanced stuff because we're not at that point yet. I'm still not going to be using loot filters. I don't think they're important until probably the earliest is probably Act 4, I would say. And yeah, I beat Act 1 by the way with minimal gear. I didn't look at all this is all trash. Plus 5 to life on this. These rings aren't even anything special. These are white rings. This is a white shield. Yes, I did get lucky with some of these rares because I did some delirium stuff. But hey, I know rare sounds like, oh man, like you're gonna, you know, it was like a low chance of these dropping. It's not necessarily the case in PoE. Rare items or yellow items just drop by the dozen. So you're gonna definitely get rare items of your own. And I probably didn't talk about this, but if you look on gear, you see like right under what they're called, there's like evasion rating, a shield. This one has evasion rating. This one has armor and evasion rating. This one has nothing. This one has energy shield, but that's not a thing. This one has evasion rating. Do not give a shit about evasion rating, armor, or even energy shield at this point. It does not matter. All you're looking for again is life and resist on your gear. Don't worry about it. And don't worry, like, as long as you can equip the item, you're good. That's what you want. Just to be able to equip it. It doesn't matter if it gives you armor, energy shield, or evasion rating. If you can equip it and it has good life rolls, good resist rolls, good for you. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and identify everything again. So we're gonna swap our shield because we just got this blue shield from Reveal, I think. This one gives us some cast speed. At the cost of what? 2% spell damage, but we get 5% cast speed and some mana. Cool. Swap it. This is a bow. We don't use bows. This belt definitely gives you more life at the cost of 11 fire resistance. I'm gonna go ahead and just not swap it. Yeah, we're not gonna swap it. Sell the bow because we don't use it. This wand sucks. And we swap the greater mana flask is better than the large one, so we're gonna swap those out. And yes, as a general rule of thumb, I do keep, at least in the beginning, you always get that Quicksilver you get in the beginning, so you'll always have that. And I keep it 3 health flask and 1 mana, even if I am a spellcaster. You should be fine
Speak.
with that setup. Then we don't use this anymore, so we can just sell it.
Return if you must.
Dump all your orb items in the stash. We're not using EK anymore, and we don't need this onslaught support gem, so we're going to put those in the stash as well. Got another essence, put it in there. And then when you're ready to go, we're off to the old fields on the right. There's another delirium portal. Let's do it. You can flame dash over the fence. Whoops. You see how there's red pods in there? If I go over them, there's the homing bombs that lock on to me. I'll go over my support gems in a bit when I go back to town. I forgot to mention something about it. There's the area boss. Ooh, we found a strong box. Okay, we can talk about that. Nice. Our gems are leveled up, so we're just gonna remember to level those. We're not gonna touch the strong box until we're done with the little area boss here. Oh, we got a greater life flask. Nice. Oh shit, I wish that didn't drop. We got stuff. Let's pick it up. We're not picking up staves, even though these could be spellcaster stuff, because staves or staves, whatever. Someone's gonna anally correct me on that. Staves are two-handed, and we don't want to use two-handed weapons. The gem dings, level ding sounds like my toaster going off. Nice. Alright, strong boxes. What are they? What do they do? Do they know things? Let's ask them. They are treasure chests, essentially, that are guarded, it tells you, guarded by 3 packs of monsters. So before you left click on that chest, get ready to be surrounded by monsters. But you also notice it's unidentified. So you can open up your inventory, use a wisdom scroll, and unidentify it, just like you would an item. You just right click your scroll, left click on the box. It tells you. We got +5 chest level. That sucks. I was hoping for a better example. But sometimes they can be filled with dangerous stuff. Like they can do... they can cast a debuff on you, they can freeze you, they can explode after you open them, things like that. But we just got +5 chest level, so whenever you're ready, you just left click it, the monsters spawn. You kill everything, and wow, we got loot! I'm ignoring the two-handed sword because, again, melee weapon, not needed for us. We're avoiding the cat's paw because not for us. We only want spellcaster stuff. The den is if you want to do a side quest here for one of the NPCs in town. You don't have to do it. If you want to, feel free. I believe you get a rare belt. I haven't done that quest in 10,000 years. You get a rare belt from Yina. But I usually skip it just to save time. Is it flask? I thought it was a belt. Either way, I still skip it. And now we're into the crossroads. And this will definitely be confusing on where to go for new players because there's 3 different exits. Lower on their left if you want to see it. Alright, so we grab the waypoint. You can get the second Quicksilver from there? Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I guess if you want to do it and get your second Quicksilver flask, go ahead. It's belts and flasks. I still skip it. Just because I'm lazy. You don't have to. So when you get to the waypoint, I forgot to mention this. You want to go left. You want to go to your left and follow the path. But Panda, I want to go to the right. I want to go up instead. Fuck you. You're going to the left. Alright. Eventually, you'll reach the Chamber of Sins level 1. I'm going to hop on in. I got a skill point, so I'm going to go ahead and use it.
I've seen some dark places in my line of work, but this is something else.
Whoops. So you can see, again, rare mob, yellow tint. Be a little bit careful, because they can have some deadly mods. Probably nothing you have to worry about early game, but just play safe. Found the area boss again. It's the Black Death, the spider. Cool. Dropped a chest piece. And then this dropped an amulet. That's our first amulet drop of the game. Or at least the first one that I seen. Right? Spiders. Blue pack. There will always be a blue pack in wherever basically the if the entrance to the next area didn't spawn here, then there will be a blue pack in this room. Just a fun fact. You don't have to hunt it down if you don't want to. There's the waypoint over there. Let's go ahead and just grab it. Another orb thing. Just pick it up. It says orb. I pick it up. Level 2. We got another skill point. I grabbed Cold-Hearted Calculation for a little bit of spell damage. The mana regen's nice, whatever. But also just because I needed some intelligence a little bit. I'm going to go back to grabbing life by going this way. Alright, it even tells you now that there is another Trial of Ascendancy in this area. Great! Let's go find it and let's go do it. Trials of Ascendancy are going to be a lot easier now that you have Flame Dash. Again, we find Trials of Ascendancy by looking for that book, which we just found. Nice. We found it. So this one is the saw traps. You can teleport through them using Flame Dash if you want to. This is how you unlock your subclass, which we'll get more into in Act 3. There's 6 trials you have to do to be able to have access to it. And basically your subclass is how you get a lot more power. You can mess with the switches if you want to. You can actually just keep going. It doesn't matter. This messes with the rotations of the saw, so you can just walk around them if you're not using your mobility skill for some reason, which you should be. If you ever see this aura, You're dead? No, I'm just kidding. Kill the one that's casting the aura. It's usually the rare monster or a totem that's casting it, because that aura means they can't die unless you kill the one that's casting the aura. It's really annoying. Don't forget to click on the thing. And then you take the portal, take you back to the beginning. We should be able to reach Act 3 and maybe get our subclass or ascendancy by the end of today. Maybe. Because I am going to go a little bit faster. Each act I'm going to play a little bit faster, because I don't need to explain every little thing. Like, I'm going to stop saying at a point like, hey, I'm picking up this orb because you need it. But if you need me to re-explain something, I will. No problem. Blue pack, so it gives us that EXPs. Yep. Don't forget armor, scraps, blacksmith whetstones. You want to find a long hallway in this area that looks like this. This is how you know you're going the right way, because you're about to fight a mini boss. You can just keep moving. The Piety will talk to you here. She'll just say some shit, but who cares? Move up here. And the boss is right here. It's this thing. Just move and attack. Or cast your spell. Use your mobility to give yourself some leeway, some space. Oops. There you go. He's dead. Make sure you click on this device and pick up the Baleful Gem. That's a quest item. We need it. And you can go back to town. Or just log out if you want to. But at this point, we're gonna start using portal scrolls, I guess. You don't have to, but I'm just gonna start using it. Portal scrolls give you the ability to teleport back to town. Yay, we're here. You talk to... Shit, I can't say his name. Groost? Talk to him. He has a quest reward for you. Okay? Okay, and it's once again another set of gems. But these gems are different. These gems are different than what you are used to. These are skill gems, but these ones give you buffs. These ones are giving you buffs. Some of them are defensive buffs. Some of them are offensive buffs, giving you more damage. Actually, this is the one skill he gives you for some reason. This is a brand new skill gem they just added in this expansion. So I guess I didn't know they gave it here, but hey, I guess that's here. And then Cold Snap is another skill. But the rest are buffs. For our build, for the purposes of our build, I guess we'll take... I don't even know what we want. This doesn't do shit for us, I don't think so. It just gives us poison. Nothing. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, we're not getting any value here. Skitterbots? Shit.
Travel far.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that we did get a... You might have noticed that when one of the area bosses died, there was like a fancy sound, and this fancy shield just dropped. That is a unique item. Don't get too excited though. I'm gonna kill your hype right now. Don't think it's like Borderlands and you just got a legendary gun and your life's gonna be amazing for the next couple hours or so, because it's not. Not every unique is going to be amazing for you, because you have to keep in mind not every unique is going to be for your build, especially if it's like a weapon you don't use, like a melee weapon or something, since we're spellcasting, or vice versa. And unique items are unique in the fact that they have a mod that you can't get on rare items. And sometimes unique items will even come with a drawback. I don't think this one does, so we're gonna identify it just to see. No, it doesn't. But you can see that it has some mods here, I guess. This isn't amazing. This is bleh for us. I mean, cool, 4% to all resistances, but that's the shield that gives us that, and the rest is whatever. 50% reduced freeze duration, like, okay. You can get freeze immunity on your flask as a defensive mod. I guess the region's good. Sure, take it if if you have nothing at this point in terms of a shield, go for it, but you'll get an additional 3% life when you're on low life. But whatever. I mean, if in my case, I would be losing 10% spell damage and 5% cast speed and some mana, but if you want to swap it, I could here. It wouldn't be a bad option too, but it's not necessarily the greatest thing ever. We also got a greater life flask, so I'm gonna replace the weakest flask I have and replace it. And then we're gonna use our identifying scrolls to identify our shit. I guess we'll talk about this now, but in PoE there are, quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes here, crafting recipes. And it's not like what you're thinking, like Minecraft, where you need blocks of wood and like all these little items to make something. But in PoE, a vendor, depending on what you sell your vendor, you will actually get different items instead of the generic shards that they give you. So if I just sell these rare items, right, he just gives you shards, right? We've been getting these the whole time. This is nothing new. However, there is a crafting recipe that will give you wisdom scrolls, and I just happen to need a couple more because I have some unidentified items here. So we're gonna sell that armor scrap I got. If I sell that armor scrap, we can see he gives us 2 more. He gives us 2 wisdom scrolls. So you can sell armor scrap and even the blacksmith whetstones for wisdom scrolls, because you don't really need those items early game, and they drop like a shit ton later on anyways, and they're very common, so it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna go ahead and sell this shield because I'm not gonna use it. The stash is right in the middle of the town. Oh, I forgot to sell this this flask and this helmet. I always forget to sell like certain stuff. So use the rest. Let's see. So this chest piece is way better than what we have, right? Plus 24 more health. And cold resist? Wow. What an upgrade. This is shitty. I was hoping for better life and resist. It has fire resistance, but eh. And this one's not good because this one gives us life. This only gives us 6% cold resist. Alright. Put all this shit. Don't put this in the storage. Keep this. Keep the quest item in your inventory. Read something about that in Discord? That was a guide. Yeah, there's a lot of crafting or vendor recipes in PoE, and yes, there are some good ones, especially early on, that you should take advantage of, but it's also very confusing, and it's yet another thing that you're having to try to remember and keep track of when you're already, you know, like you're already learning like, holy shit, this tree, or I'm learning holy shit all these skills and the gear and all this stuff, so it's like confusing for new players. So yes, there's good vendor recipes. Where do I find a build that is easy to follow and viable as a complete beginner? The official website has some. YouTube is a good source. Reddit, anywhere really. wherever you prefer. Yeah. I'm not gonna confuse you with those. Better just to learn those for future characters if you decide to make another character. But I wouldn't worry about it. So we're gonna go back to the crossroads, and then we're just gonna go. This time we're gonna go up and to the right. Any recommendations? Depends how you learn best. If you're a visual person, then YouTube. There's tons of... I don't have guides on my YouTube channel because I'm not even a YouTuber, but there's plenty of YouTube guides. Just type whatever you're interested in, and I'm sure something will pop up. If you like to read stuff, Reddit or the forums. Also, take what the forums say with a grain of salt, because I really hate how they always advertise themselves as like completely beginner friendly build. Anyone can do it. Easily reaches 5 million DPS. And then you like read it and it's like all these expensive as fuck items that cost like a shit ton of of currency to get. Hot take. Brands are now stronger, but Archmage brand is RIP. Okay. Follow his shadow build right now? I wouldn't. Because I'm building it as if I was like my first time playing without looking at guide or anything, so it's probably not like all optimal and shit. So we found another strong box with a rare ring. All these people fucking show up when I do a noob tutorial, but whenever I just play normally, nobody. It's because the weed music scares them off, I bet. Anyways, when you get to the end of this area, you're gonna see an NPC called Creighton.
Your trouble. I like.
Just kill him. Even if you're playing in a party, your party members should be killing him. I don't think I've ever helped him. Maybe once when he used to give a frenzy charge or some shit. You read his lore? Don't forget to pick up his amulet.
When all you need is one
Then you can just log out here or use a portal scroll, whatever. Don't matter. Okay, we have a skill point. Can you use it? Gonna grab this life over here. Then we're gonna go to the crossroads one last time, and we're gonna go to the last place we didn't go to yet. Oh, does reading calm you down? We're gonna be heading into the next area over here. Just follow the path. Don't get distracted. Activate the portal if you want. Ooh, there's a shrine over here. Nice. I should probably be picking up these scrolls. I'm just so used to ignoring them, but let's pick them up because I need them. Yay, things. Alright, moving on. Just keep following the path. Eventually you'll reach the area you need to go into, which is the crypt. Okay, we're only here for the Ascendancy trial. There's a side quest you could do here, but that's up to you if you want to do it. You get refund point and I think a jewel. I haven't done that shit in like forever. Oh my god, you get the golden head job. That joke that everyone's fucking done ever. Jesus. Hilarious. This guy is angry. Alright, cool. We found the book, so we found the trial. Probably gonna wait for this delirium shit to end so I can do the trial without having to worry about extra mobs. There we go. Yay, we didn't get anything useful for us. Moving on. What do you guys call this trap? What is this one called? The spinny... The spinny... What? The spinning spikes? Spinning... Just gonna go through it, grab the switches. It opens this door over here. These switches are optional because it messes with the pathing of these things. So if you hit it... See, it causes them to go further out and then they split, giving you an easier opening. Oops. Or you can just say screw it and just use your mobile skill or movement skills to just run through it. Doesn't matter. Touch the thing, go in the portal. Can I get a brainstorming about my fire to chaos poison explosive trap idea? Just do it. Why do you need brainstorming? Reminds me of the Dungeon Keeper training room? Wait, Dungeon Keeper training room? What? Alright, that's all you need here. Again, unless you decide to do the side quest that's here, then go for it, but I'm not doing it. You need to find what's Pepega about it. What do you think, Vertigo? You're probably more knowledgeable than me on that stuff. Okay, we're looking at our stuff to see what it gives us. This gives us a nice decent chunk of fire resistance, but what the hell? These are so weird. I guess swap this ring. Other than that, just sell the rest.
Return if you must.
Dungeon Keeper is this old PC game you had? The fuck? Boomer game? Alright. You're completely done with the right side of Act 2. Congratulations. Now you can actually leave and go on the left. Go into the riverways. Yeah, we're definitely... I'm only gonna get to like Act 3 by today, and that's okay. You're gonna run into Einhar once you reach this area. He's gonna want to capture some monsters. Not any monster though, very specific kinds. You'll see it on the map, like you can see the beast icon there. Kinda have to be careful when you fight these things. Vertigo, you actually have to do his quest, right? For him to show up like in your hideout later. Okay. I usually just like ignore him until like way later. Okay, cool. He captured the monster. There's like 3 more. It tells you right there. All you need to know for now is that he captures a bunch of monsters which you can fight later. And in return, you'll get a reward. So he is useful. It is useful and it is worth your time to do his stuff. Maybe not early on, but definitely later on, maybe, kind of, sort of. I'm guilty of not doing his stuff sometimes though. Like, I get lazy, I'll just capture a bunch of monsters but never go to the menagerie and actually fight them and stuff. Yes, I do remember the recipe spam at the start of Bestiary. Yeah, if you see those pop-ups, whenever he captures monsters and you unlock a new recipe, and you see those prompts pop up, if you want them to like go away really fast so they're not blocking your shit, press spacebar. And it'll skip it. There's a shrine right here. No monsters guarding it. Nice. Once you get to this waypoint, you're just going to keep following the path. Just keep following the path. Capture the monster, Einhar. Thank you. Sometimes he takes a minute. But yeah, you don't have to worry about doing his like the crafting recipes that are associated with Einhar for a while. Nice Final Fantasy 15 reference. I still haven't played that game. At least they were nice enough and they put all 4 beasts for me in the path. So I don't have to like find it. Alright, we got all the beasts. We're done. Eventually, if you keep following the path, you're gonna move on to the next area. I know that reference because, like, I watched my brother-in-law play a little bit of 15. I don't think he beat it either. Not even close. Probably like the first area or whatever. Whoops. Are you off tomorrow? Or I guess I should say today, numbers? Another delirium portal? Fuck it, do it. Don't worry about this stuff on the bottom right, by the way. Don't even ignore it. It's whatever. We can talk about that shit later. So you want to go on the opposite side of wherever the waypoint spawns here. Since ours spawned... Whoa. Since ours spawned on the left of the path, we want to go to the right side of the path. So we can fight yet another Spider boss. You'll know when you're there once the trees and the shit look all like webby. Like this. And then you can see the orange door again on our map. And it's tab, by the way. That's what I use to move the map from the corner to the center of the screen so I can get a better view. Sometimes I just leave this shit here and I'll just play within the center. Like, it does not bother me to just have it there. But yeah, keep asking questions about... I don't know, fucking anything I might have missed. Anything I didn't explain that well. Or... something I haven't talked about yet or whatever. I don't know. Anything. Except... how the hell am I supposed to make a fire to chaos or chaos to fire conversion trap thing, whatever I just read in chat? I just read AIDS. So as you explore the cave, you're gonna find another orange door. Pick up that scroll, please. And then get ready for a mini boss fight. Another spider. With ads. Nothing too fancy to note here. I mean, just stay away from it. It's a fucking spider. You shouldn't be near it anyways, unless you're melee. Just keep moving. Heal if you need to. If you get surrounded by the babies, just... whoops. Don't dash into them, but dash away from them. Use your flame dash or your regular dash. Whoops. About like halfway through that, the spider like runs away for a bit. And you just notice he just came back down after some time. Oops. Wrong button. We killed it! It drops us a quest item, so you're just gonna pick that shit up. Character selection again. And so we're gonna go back to the previous area before we went to that spider cave, which was the western forest. All the way on the left. And I did forget to mention this. I'm just gonna use this for an example, but you probably don't use this ever. You shouldn't be using this with this build. But as I was mentioning earlier, when we got those set of gems as rewards from that one dude, I told you that most of them were buffs and defensive buffs. Things like that come at a cost. So we're gonna use summon Skitterbots, which TLDR, this just gives me damage. I'm not going to explain how it gives me damage, but it just gives me more damage. So you'll notice when you cast it, you see how my mana just got reserved? So this is why you can't just have every single buff in the game and just buff the hell out of yourself to give yourself insane damage. Herald stackers, shut the fuck up. But every time you reserve some, or every time you want to use a buff, it reserves your mana like this. So you can't use every single buff, and you have to be careful with the ones you choose. So for this example, it eats a chunk of my mana. Eventually, you'll have a decent enough mana pool so you can have like maybe like 2 or 3 buffs on yourself and still have enough mana to do your attacks, to do your spells or whatever, and be fine. But that's how auras and buffs work in this game. So if you're not looking for a guide at all and you want to make a build, you start with the skill and you look at the support gems that support the skill, and then use the tree to enhance the skill. Also, some stuff on gear will enhance the skills, but that's less important because you want life and resist. Yes! That is basics right there. Holy shit, what a gamer. Is there anything else to look out for? In terms of what? In terms of designing a build? Yes, there's a lot, but like I'm not getting into it just now, or for now. Okay, I'm gonna show you a little secret again that everybody knows, so it's not really a secret. Hey, Toxic Rain. You guys found my starter. Okay, so when you get to the path, oh yeah, once you come back to this area after killing the spider, you follow the path, and you're gonna notice there's a torch here, and the path kind of like, there's like 2 ways for you to go. There's still the path, but then it deviates into like this stone path kind of thing. I don't know what to call it. It's like this thing. You can see it. You follow it. You're following it. There's another strongbox here, and it's a rare one. I'm gonna unidentify it. So it tells you what it does when you open it. It will also summon skeletons. There's an additional magic item. Revives any nearby enemies with Onslaught, which means they get a buff. And it casts Firestorm. So this is a good example of why don't just left-click strongboxes. Because they could get you killed. This one has a lot of extra danger with it, so now that you know, you could just left click it and then you run away with your movement skill. So you just left click it and then just dash away, so you're not in any danger. Bunch of shit just dropped. I see a flask. That's good for us. We want to get rid of the medium one now. We're upgrading. The rest is trash. So yeah, go back to following the path. Strongbox League or Ambush League was the first one I played in, and that's when they introduced strongboxes. And I used to be so excited whenever I found one. And now when you find one, it's just like, whatever. So here's Alira. This is the next bandit we're supposed to kill or help. So with Alira, when it comes to this bandit quest, we already killed Creighton, but there's 3 of them. And you have the option of helping out one of them for a buff or killing all 3 of them for 2 points on the tree. Your 2 choices ever with these bandits is to either help Alira or kill them all. You never help Oak because he's garbage, and you never help Creighton because he's also garbage with their buffs. Alira is good if you're going some sort of crit damaging build, because she gives you 20% multiplier. The mana is good. The elemental resistance is good as well, early on especially. But like most things in PoE, this is also not a permanent choice. You can reverse this if you're like, ah shit, maybe I didn't need to help Alira and I'm okay with getting the 2 points, or vice versa. You can do that. There's a vendor recipe that'll help you swap. But you shouldn't really need to, because even if you do need a Lyra but you take the 2 points, I'm pretty sure you'll still be fine. It's not the end of the world, but Your choices are usually help Illyria, kill her, or kill all of them. So for our build in particular, since we don't need the crit strike multiplier, the mana would have been nice, but whatever, it's also not needed. We're just gonna go ahead and kill her. Yeah, they were OP when they first came out. I remember you would always take Oak like 90% of the time. Unless you were going like CI or something. Right? That was the rules.
Did the earth move for
And
you?
then if your build used charges, then in the merciless difficulty you would kill the one that gives you the one you need. I forgot what they gave in Cruel. I think it was like cast speed, attack speed, and something else. Anyways, you're gonna kill her, or if you help her, then you just leave her. You don't have to fight her. You just if you decide to help her, if her benefits are best for your build, then great, you're helping her. Oh, the boxes. Yeah, the boxes had more loot, which was also exciting. And that was also how I died a lot. I got too excited. Alright, I got another skill point. Again, if you're wondering what I'm doing, oh shit, don't open it in the middle of a fight like I'm doing. Showing you what not to do. We're just getting more life. That's all it is. I'm not doing anything fancy. More life. Once you reach the end of the path, there'll be some homies here giving you a welcoming party. You just kill them all. Make sure you kill the special one because he drops a quest item that you put right here. There's a seal. You just click it. You don't have to go in. You're done. You just exit to character selection. You just finish this whole section of the game. You just read something about auras, so what are those? Son of a bitch, were you not listening? No, I'm just kidding. Auras are buffs that affect you and the entire party. And you have to choose which ones will be good for you because they reserve your mana, as you can see. Well, you can't see it in town. But when I go back into like any area where I can fight stuff, you'll see it. So we're gonna go back to the town in Act 1 because when you put in the seal for that quest, Vestal will have another book for you. Yay, books. You like books? 3 points. Go ahead and use it. I'm gonna get more life. All I'm doing. Life. Identify this. It's trash. Sell it. When the hell did I pick this up? Sell it. Deposit all your orbs, your shards. There you go. Okay, these are quest items. All of these are quest items. Just leave it alone. Leave it in your inventory. But yeah. So we're gonna go back to... The bots are in Aura. Or the bots are a buff, I should say. They're not in Aura because they don't give an effect to everyone in your party. They give a... Another way to say it is they give a debuff to enemies. Ooh, that's a better way to say it. It's a unique skill that debuffs enemies around you. Is it useful for my build in particular? No. No. I was just using it just to show you because there isn't an aura I get yet. There is one later in Act 3 that I'll get that actually gives me benefits and shit. So I was just doing it for an example. And I'm just leaving it there because I can. We'll get rid of this later on. That's another way to say it. Okay, so you're gonna go back once you finish the western area. And you know you finished the western area, the western forest, by doing 3 things. You killed the spider. You killed or helped Illyria. And you killed those blackguards at the end of the path and put the seal back in. You got the seal and you put it in the thing. That's how you know you're done. Once you do all those things and you go back to Act 1 town, get your skill point, come back, You go back to the riverways, and you'll see again, just like in the Western Forest, that the path sort of deviates again, and you follow this you follow this stone path, and you can even see it on the map already. Spoiler alert. There's the next area you need to go to. But yeah, Vertigo is right. I was trying to explain it in an easier way, but the minions that are summoned from this buff debuff other enemies with one of them shocks them, and shocked enemies take more damage. The other one, there's two of them. You can see two of them. You can see them right there. See how this one has like, has that frost chilly effect? That's the one that he chills nearby enemies, so he'll make them move a little bit slower. It's like a defensive and an offensive thing. Is it good for builds? Yes. Is it good for my build? No. Just again, I just did it just for an example. I'll be getting rid of it later. Another strongbox. Again, identify it. What does it have? Okay. There's something important that would have probably killed me if this was hardcore. So they can also have benefits too. Sometimes when you identify, as you probably saw before, they can also have benefits. This one will give me 57% increased quantity of items inside. Yay. But it'll also freeze me. Yikes. And it's also guarded by a Rogue Exile. Now that's interesting to note, because a Rogue Exile will drop an entire set of gear. That means he will drop either a two-handed weapon or a one-handed and a shield or something like that. Helmet, chest piece, gloves, boots, a belt, and 2 rings and an amulet. He'll drop a whole set. And you got to be careful because they can sometimes be dangerous. So we're going to pop it open. We're going to get frozen. We don't have an anti-freeze flask to deal with this, so we're probably... I might die? We'll see. No, we're good. So this is the Rogue Exile right here. They're just like you, except they went rogue. And there's the whole set of gear he just dropped. And then some extra. And as you can see, he dropped nothing useful for me. Well, if you want to mouse over each one, they're not really that good. Because relatively early on in the game, all of your gear is just going to be rare. And you're not going to give two shits about all this common items that are just dropping now. So here's the last Bandit Lord we need to kill. Again, kill, not help. Kill. And he's dead. Grab his amulet. We got a new mana flask. Better than our old one. You can replace it now if you want to. I usually do that on the fly because again, they refill as you kill shit. So killing stuff, then you'll notice it gets a little bit filled up. There's another shrine here. This one's actually guarded by enemies. And we finally got one that isn't just a... Oh shit, there was a tormented spirit here. Quick summary of those things is that sometimes you'll run around and you'll hear these like ghosts wailing. These ghosts will run into like rare mobs and they will possess them. Basically, they make them even stronger, but they also drop more loot. So that's the trade-off. Does that loot really matter? Not really. You can also kill the spirits themselves if there isn't a rare mob nearby, and they'll still drop some decent rare items, I guess. But I wouldn't cry if I wasn't able to get them, because they will eventually run away, and like you won't be able to kill them if you take too long. Or if they can't find a monster to possess. Okay, so there's a waypoint here. And if you were helping Alira at this point and you killed Oak, this is the point where you would use this waypoint, go back to the Western Forest, then go back and talk to Alira, because then she'll give you the quest item you need to progress. So we're gonna go back to town and get ours. Because if you kill all three, then Iramir, I think that's how you say his name, will have your 2 points. So talk to him, skip all the stuff if you want to. He gives you the quest item you need, make sure to take it, and he automatically gives you the 2 points, which we're gonna use. So we're gonna grab this cluster of nodes here for me, because this is damage over time, damage over time, damage over time. Great, damage over time. This is awesome. And look, there's a life cluster right here. How convenient. Wow. That's so nice. And then we're gonna go back to the wetlands. And then get ready for the worst area of the early game, because you're gonna click on these tree roots, and then you're gonna go into the Val Ruins. This is probably gonna be one of the longest areas, especially early on, that you have to get through, and it can be a fucking maze to navigate. I still get lost, and I get I end up going into dead ends and having to backtrack sometimes when I go through this area. It sucks, but it's just one of those things, man. You just gotta get through it. There was a scroll thing here. Don't forget to use your Quicksilver just so you can move faster. Oh, we want to go this way. I was kind of hoping I would get a little bit further than I did today, but we're already almost at 4 hours. Like, I only have 30 minutes left. That's enough time to finish Act 2 and maybe, like, start Act 3. So we'll get into, like, more detail and more stuff tomorrow. Since when does this event start for you? Monday? Oops. There's a rare belt right here. Oh, there's another rare belt. Let's get both, because why not? See, I'm running into a bunch of dead ends, but we're just backtracking and then trying a different way. I guess some people like to hug like a certain side, like they'll always just stay to the right. That works too, if you want to do that. Might even be better than what I do, which is just... See, there's the Tormented Spirit. Possesses the rare mob. And now it's buffed, but it will also drop more loot when it dies, so... There you go. Drop a helmet. We're not picking up this one, because this is a melee weapon. There's another wisdom scroll. And I leveled. Starts on Sunday? Oh, okay, then yeah, I'll be able to be done with like the 10 acts. Definitely by then, and I won't go into too much detail to endgame because I don't think your event covers that, right? I don't know if you guys are doing endgame stuff, but I'll just do like a basic overview of the endgame and stuff, because I don't even know if you're gonna want to play this game for that long. Some casual players think they just beat the first 10 acts and they're like, yay, I beat the game. But then they realize there's like a lot more and they're like, oh god, never mind. There is a labyrinth in the end game. And if your event requires you to do it, I can cover it. I'm gonna try to cover more and more topics the further I go. I'm trying to, like, I've just been mainly trying to avoid pretty much everything other than what you need for right now to just get by. Because as you can see, like, I didn't have any items starting this character. This is a brand new account. I didn't use currency to buy shit. I didn't do anything. I'm just winging it. We're just winging it. You don't have to use this skill that I'm using. There's plenty of others that are viable and work well. Even the witch can do this build too, if you want to do it as a witch.
This shadow is starting to feel.
Oh, I probably should have explained, sorry. You're gonna see a ball, just touch it and don't get scared. It makes a spooky sound. You just touch it and then that's how you know you're near the exit. Oh, okay, yeah, those aren't endgame then. You'll be fine. And I got you covered then, because we're doing the labyrinth stuff. Those trials are for all the labyrinth stuff later on, which I guess I'll cover tomorrow since we're just about out of time. There's a waypoint here. You can grab it if you want. Probably would have skipped it. Up to you. Gonna touch the delirium portal again, because why not? And if you find yourself above the area's level, because you can see on the top right, this area is level 21. Or level 22. Well, I guess that's not a big difference. It doesn't matter if you're over leveled, especially on your first character. It will probably most likely happen that you're going to be several levels above what the area is. Come back. Not picking those up again because melee, bow. We don't use those. Don't need them. And I don't want to hear that. But what if I make a bow character, Panda? Or what if I want to try a melee? Don't I want nice weapons for him or her? No. You're new. You only have 4 tabs of storage. If you do that for every little character you want, you're gonna fill up those 4 stash tabs really fast. This is a completely optional side area. Like, there's not even a quest in here. This is like, there's literally nothing in there. You can go in there if you want to explore, whatever. Lore, I guess, maybe? I don't know. You don't need it. Keep going. It's not the real exit. This is a hybrid flask. Just to showcase there's more than just health, mana, and like an occasional buff. This one is health and mana. There's other types of flasks in the game, and you'll get more of them later on. I think the whole 10 flask. 10 look, we got another summon skitterbots gem to drop. We got yeah, the hybrid flask is purple. The challenges he has for you guys is very reasonable for anyone. Anyone can beat the first 10 acts of the game very easily. Can everyone do all the end game stuff? That's another story, because it takes a lot of time just to even get to some of the end game stuff, and yeah, we'll not worry about that. Not picking that up because claws can work for spellcasters sometimes, but not generally. We found the entrance to the caverns, which is where we need to go. Got a point again. Let's go ahead and use it. Would I be team heroes or team villains? Is there a difference other than the name? Activate the delirium portal. But yeah, if you ever watch me play PoE on like a league launch day, this is all I'm doing. This is all I'm doing is just attack, move, use my movement skills to get through areas even faster. I guess next stream I'll stop overly explaining the most basic stuff I'm doing since you understand it now. At least for the most part. But if there's something that I'm not going over, just let me know and I'll try to explain it. Like I'm not gonna say, oh, use the scroll of wisdom to identify the unidentified items. I'm just gonna identify the shit that I pick up and just go through it. Yeah, what Vertigo said is correct. Just life resists. Life resists. If we're talking about the tree, just life. If you get energy shield as a bonus, cool. But don't go out of your way to be like, oh my god, I'm gonna get energy shield. We got a better flask than what we have for mana, but we can't use it because it says it's for level 24. So that's okay. We'll just leave it in our inventory. Until we can use it. Whichever team you think is gonna win. That's a melee weapon, two-handed sword, don't care. And yes, this will always happen whenever I play. Like if I decide to play as spellcaster, game decides to start dropping bows and melee weapons. If I do a melee character, game's like, here's a bunch of spellcaster shit. Always happens. Ooh, okay, we can talk about these. So we found our first crafting recipe. This is different than what I was talking about with vendor recipes, when you sell certain stuff to get different items in return. These crafting recipes are very important, and you'll see them on the map in the symbol of a hammer, right? It's a hammer. I can't zoom in on the map anymore. Well, I can, but it looks like a hammer on your map. And when you see it, there'll be like a floating hammer on top of an object or something. You just click on it, and boom, you just got it. You got the crafting recipe unlocked. I'll get into how you apply them later on, because you're probably not going to use it until what, like Act 4, maybe? Anyways, waypoint. Grab it in case you want to or you need to, if you're taking a break, whatever. You leveled up. Grabbing some more damage. Great, we're moving on. You chose heroes because you're a nice person. Wow. I wish I could be as good as numbers when I grow up. I hope your team wins though, because I'm giving you the strats, okay? I'm giving you this is in my paid $1,000 course for how to beat PoE like a goddamn gamer that I usually sell for $1,000, but for you, I'm giving it for free. Silver flask. This is another example of a utility flask, or a flask that doesn't heal you but instead gives you a buff. This one gives onslaught, and it tells you right there, onslaught gives you increased attack, cast, and movement speed. You're welcome. And if you're wondering how I did that, by the way, whoop, see how it shows you more information? If you press left alt while you have advanced, I think it was, what is it, advanced item mod descriptions? This, which I told you in the beginning of the VOD, by the way, if you were here, to have like most of this shit enabled. You just press alt and it'll show you. It's a neat little thing. I go, what's onslaught do again? Just alt. Oh, okay. Attack speed, cast speed, movement speed. Cool. I mean, I could use it right now if I wanted to. I mean, sure, fuck it. We'll use it. Why not? We are getting rid of the smallest life flask I have. And I usually like to organize my flask like this. I usually like to have my life flask first, and then the utility stuff last. It's usually life, mana if my character needs a mana flask, and then utilities. Utility slash buffs, whatever. That's usually how I set it up. You don't have to do it like that. Whatever works for you. This area also sucks to navigate because you're trying to find several staircases because you're climbing an ancient, what is it, a pyramid, ancient tower, whatever. You're climbing some shit. You need to find stairs to go up. And where the stairs are it's usually in one of the corners or some shit like that. It's where it's fucking random which corner. What's the prize if you win? Alright, ancient pyramid. We're climbing a pyramid. There you go. Makes sense. Blue pack. I'm gonna stop mentioning this next stream. I'm at the end of this stream, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna stop mentioning, and I'm just gonna start stopping less to talk about obvious stuff. Well, obvious to me, like some basic stuff, and we're just gonna move on to more like slightly more advanced stuff. Then, you know, each stream's gonna be a little bit slightly more advanced, slightly more advanced. So we're almost done with Act 2, by the way. This is the last dungeon for Act 2. You're gonna fight the big boy boss. There's that aura again. That's the shitty aura that you'll see a rare mob wasn't casting it. It was actually being casted by that totem I just killed. So keep an eye out on who's actually casting the aura. That aura is AIDS, and it is stupid. You can see another orange door there, but that one doesn't apply to us yet. Oh, what am I doing? Here. Stairs. We found it. Good job. Find more stairs. Oh, look, we found more beasts. That means when we fight them, Einhar is gonna pop out again. Be very careful with these beasts. The difference between them and just any other regular mob is they have special attacks, as you're seeing right there. There's like some shit he's doing, so just be careful. Don't be like, oh, it's just another thing. I could just walk up. Again, the prompt popped up and it was blocking my shit. I don't care what I just unlocked. Just press spacebar and it'll go away instantly. So you don't have to wait for it to fade away. Damn, gift cards to Amazon? That's crazy. Shoot. I used to play PoE when they gave away prizes for events. They still do, and I still participate in those events and races, but I remember they gave away like a fucking computer before. Giant life flask. Nice, that's an upgrade. And I forgot, we reached level 24, so we can replace our mana flask with a better one. These are both the same, so you can just replace it with whatever. It's fine. We have a point, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use it. I could participate if I wanted to? Nah. I'm good. I don't want to really play PoE until the next expansion comes out, which is on the 19th. Although I still might do a couple sessions on my character that's already in endgame stuff to do the challenges. I still haven't done those, and I need to finish. Because as always, I waited till the last minute to do the challenges. Oh look, a giant mana flask, but this one is uncommon or blue, so that it has some extra effects to it. This one, increased amount recovered, and mana recovers instantly at the end of the flask effect. Cool. Whatever, replace. Whoops. There's that stupid aura again being casted by a totem, so we focus the totem first. Down the stairs. There should be one more set of stairs that leads into the boss room. There's that aura again. Can we seriously tone down how often this fucking aura pops up? Oh yeah, there's a support gem I forgot to get from my thing, but I don't even have good sockets that can take advantage of it. That's okay. Hey, we found the door or the stairs pretty early. Nice. There you go. When you reach the pyramid apex, get ready for a boss fight. There's gonna be a thingy you touch, an altar. You just touch it. Boss takes like 10 seconds to spawn, so feel free to talk, chat, grab a beer. I don't know. There's also a crafting recipe here that you can grab. Boop. See, we took the time to go grab the recipe, and he's still now he's out. Move and attack. Move and attack. Move. Spell. The boss will run away and summon some ads, but he'll come back shortly after. Just move, attack, move, boom. You hear the wind-up sounds whenever they do big attacks like that, so just they give you plenty of time to run away. Whoop. I didn't even use a movement skill and I still got more than far away. Do the laser so I can show it. Do the laser! There you go. When he does the laser, be very careful because this shit does damage. Just keep moving. Don't stand still. Wow, what a very nice Oversoul fight. Because usually he does that laser a lot and it does a lot of damage. Yeah, I forgot. You can buy them from Nessa back in Act 1. There's a little speedrunning trick you can do here, I guess. And if you don't want to be a boomer and wait for this slow-ass door to open, you can just go back to town, use the waypoint, and you can teleport to this area. It'll save you a, like, what, 5 seconds? Because the thing fucking... Oh, hey, like a 4-link. Thanks for pointing that out. And there's a 3-link shield right here. The mana flask is... No. Ours is better. Anything else? No. Oh, wait. Another 4-link. Holy shit. Alright. Even. Yeah, he's dead already. Just as long as you keep moving tech. Move attack, move attack.
It's so good to
We definitely need to sell our shit though, because we're running out of space. I don't. Oh wait, this is not even a 3-link. I don't know why I picked that up. I'm stoned. All right, just gonna keep moving. Moving on. We're gonna move to the Act 3 town. We have like 10 minutes left. I think I'm better off using that time just to explain shit or just go over what we talked about today and shit, because it was a lot. I'm sure before starting Act 3. We'll start Act 3 tomorrow, which is when we get into all that ascendancy shit. Wow. What a fucking... what a cast. Daggers can be useful for spellcasters, but again, the type of spellcasting I'm doing is damage over time, and this doesn't... This gives you, global crit strike chance. That's not something our build needs. We don't crit. Or we don't need to crit. Do not forget to talk to this girl, okay? I do this all the time. I will just like kill that guy and I'll start walking to town. You need to talk to Clarissa, okay? You don't have to listen to her, but you need to like initiate that conversation. Fucking Vertigo laughing at me, you son of a bitch. Think that's funny? Yes. We'll get to that tomorrow. So once you talk to her, you move on, just keep moving on. The entrance to the town will always be on the left side. Once you reach like these docks, it looks like docks area, you'll see this little entrance. And congratulations, because you've just made it to Act 3. Act 3 town. Just walk along the path. This long ass path. Now, normally, if I was going to continue playing, you don't even need to talk to the NPCs or nothing. Wow, this guy looks fucking cool. I would just go straight into the slums. Just straight into the slums and just move on, progress. But because we're stopping here for today, we're just going to go ahead and go to where all these homies are at. So in every town, there's always, like I said, there's always people that will sell shit to you, and you can sell your shit to, you know, sell your loot, make space in your inventory for more loot, rinse and repeat. Let's see what we got, if we got anything better. This gives a nice chunk of life, but not as much as this one's giving. But it does give other stuff like intelligence and mana, but that's... doesn't really matter. Some life there, but no resist. Now, interestingly enough, we got a 4-link here, which is great. This is great if you got this early. But I would personally use this 4-link over this, even though we're going to lose a little bit of life. We do get, what, 15 fire resist. Hey, that's nice. Because this 4-link is going to give you so much value. That's, you know, that's a skill gem with up to 3 supports. Or, you know, if you just need just sockets too for your other shit, your buffs, your movement skills, your utility shit. Great. This is gonna give you some extra needed sockets. This is garbage, no life, no resist. Garbage. There's fire resistance on a fucking weapon for some reason. One-handed weapons can roll resistance sometimes. It's odd, but hey, it's there. Here's another 4-link chest. It does give us some lightning resistance, but we're gonna lose a life. Again, if this is if this is something we desperately needed, which I kinda do, because I was noticing my damage sucks ass. Yeah, I'm gonna give up a little bit of life and a little bit of cold resistance for this. Because having a really good gem setup early on is gonna make your life so much easier. This wand. Increase cold damage. That doesn't do shit for us. We're doing chaos. +1 level to lightning. Spell. Skill gems. Nothing for us. Sell it. Trash. I think with this amount of strength, we do get overall more life and more fire resistance, so this is good. This gives some life, mana, but this gives us life and fire resistance, so we're going to use this one over this. And the strength can help us give... Again, the strength will allow us to equip different types of gear. And if we decide to use any other red skill gems, it'll help with that too. Not that I think we're going to use any. Doesn't matter.
Stay out of the shadow.
So we're going to swap this. How much of a hit is that? We went from 789 to what? 747? That's not too bad. It's not even bad at all. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. Boom. What are we getting? Life. That's all I've been getting for like most of my shit. There was life here. This is damage, 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 life. Damage, damage, damage. Damage, life, life. Some damage, life. You see how we're just getting a little bit of each, but not focusing too hard on one in the beginning? This is a good start for what we're doing. And we're probably... Like, if I didn't know where else the damage over time stuff is, again, you just look it up, right? Damage over time. And we see there's a huge chunk over here. This is cold damage over time. That's not what we're doing. We're doing chaos, so that doesn't apply to us. This doesn't apply to us. This is for burning enemies. No. Where is this damage stuff? I totally forgot. It's okay here. Oh, this is for bows, so that's not gonna apply to us. There's some here. Okay, I'm seeing chaos damage over time. That's exactly what we do. This is for bows, which we're not using. Yeah, so that's pretty much how I just plan out, well, how you would plan out your build as a casual player. Just like look at what you need. You have the little search thing. I didn't have this shit when I first started playing too. I sound like a boomer whenever I say that. I didn't have this back in my time. But yeah, it makes things easier. Just look up what you need. If you're doing fire damage, fire. Boom. Even channeling, right? You said you're doing a channeling skill? Channel. Whoops, we're probably Chanel. Here's some stuff. What does it say? 30% increased channeling skill damage. 40% chance to avoid stuns. Cool. What's over here? 4% additional physical damage while channeling. Attack and cast speed while channeling. Channeling skills have 15% increased damage. Alright, cool. And conveniently enough, there's some life right next to it for you. There's life over here. Other stuff you could do is spell, right? Spell damage. There's spell damage here. Elemental damage will, of course, affect your spell if it's fire, fire, cold, or lightning. Yeah, that's fine. So we have about like a couple more minutes. If there's any last minute questions you can come up with to ask, feel free. Anything basic that I might have not talked about today. Oh, I forgot to mention my setups, right? We want to... What do you want to 4-link first? Probably Essence Strain, right? Maybe? Sorta? Kinda? Or is it Contagion you want? I think for Contagion, we can just leave that in a 4-link, and then Essence Strain is what you want in the 6. Alright, let's say you're like me, and you're like, oh shit, I forgot to get support gems for my skill or whatever. Or maybe you're switching to a different skill. And you're like, well, the support gems I have now don't really help the skill that I just swapped to, but maybe there's something better I can get, and usually that answer is yes. If you do swap to a skill and you want to try out some supports for it, go back to Nessa in Act 1. She'll have most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. So you go to her second tab. What's the third one? Oh, there's even more skill gems in her third tab. Holy shit. And then you can even filter this because you're going to see this wall of gems and you're like, holy shit, I don't know what I'm looking for, but this is a shit ton of stuff to go through. You could just go, if you're doing supports, support. And then you're like, okay, cool. So for mine, like there's infused channeling, right? If you're doing a channeling skill, maybe you want to look into that. We'll just go over these. No, I don't want that. Void manipulation, yes. Let's see. We're not doing damage with ailments. Nope, nope, nope. That's elemental damage that I don't need. Era Nova, nope. Nope, nope. Chance to flee. Who the fuck uses that? Okay, that's it. That's the only one I missed, I think. And then if you're like, shit, there's still more I want to check. Go to Act 2. There's even more. Even more gems. Talk to Yina. Oh my god, I forgot to talk to Silk for a reward, didn't I? After you kill the spider boss, Silk will give you a support gem. I totally forgot about it. I guess faster casting.
I knew this threat.
My help is yours.
So, again, you can just do the support if you're just trying to find supports, or just skill or spells if you're trying to find a certain spell, or attack, and so on. Concentrated effect, no. I mean, you just read over them. Obviously, I know what most of these do, so that's why I'm able to just go through them so fast to see what I need for my particular build. So, not really. I mean, that's pretty much it
Stay true to
for now. Is this your first character for this league? No. I'm just doing a tutorial for a friend. Oh yeah, control destruction. Sorry, that was there. I guess we could get that too. Totally forgot. I didn't see it though. Am I blind? I don't have oh, it's right there. I'm blind. Sorry.
remember to live.
4 hours. Okay, Vertigo. How are you not tired? Thanks for the follow. You're very tired? Hey, you made it to the end though. Good on you. Alright, let me go ahead and just drop all this extra shit that I'm not going to be using. I'm still on the fence about these gloves. I don't know if I need it right now, but let me see.
Good luck to you.
Okay, just drop all those orbs in your stash. I don't know why I still have this. The fuck? Alright. Shit, I don't have anything for faster casting. Well, I guess I could put Essence Strain on faster casting? It's 11:01 a.m. and you're still... If you're tired, just go to sleep, forehead. Okay, so let's 4-link Essence Strain, because this is what we want to focus on. This is our big boy damage here. And you can see it's already using a green support. Shit, I think these gloves might be better. Because I would just need to roll another blue gem on that, right? It would be easier. Or a blue socket, excuse me. I'm gonna try to get one... one more blue socket on this. So you were asking earlier if there's any way to change the sockets, the socket colors, and the links on an item, and there is. And it's been in those orbs you've been picking up that I've been telling you just to dump in your stash. So chromatic orbs, or just chrome orbs for short, they re-roll the colors on an item. Jeweler orbs will re-roll the number of sockets. Obviously, we don't need it for this item because it already has 4. And you there's really not a reason why you would want less sockets in an item. And I don't even think it'll let you re-roll it if it's at max sockets. And the fusing orbs re-roll the links. And this one's already 4 links, so we don't need to use these either. So what we want for a 4-link setup for our essence drain is 2 greens and 2 blues, ideally. If we can get it, that'd be nice. Less sockets equals less overwhelmed. True. But more sockets also means more damage, so I'm gonna just right click it and then just left click the item. Shit. Got 4 green, 2 red. What the fuck? You're making me cry in front of all these people. Pff, fuck you. There, Jesus, that took 9 chromes. Probably don't do this. Don't do what I did. And now we got ourselves a 4-link. So we can pop in Essence Drain in there. So LMP allows me to shoot 3 projectiles of Essence Drain per cast. So that's why you're noticing it looks like a little shotgun effect, since I'm shooting more projectiles instead of 1. I've been using that since like Act 1. Void Manipulation. It's going to increase our chaos damage at the cost of reducing our elemental damage. This doesn't... I mean, there's no downside to this because we're not doing elemental damage. Again, if you look at the skill tag, it's chaos. Wow. And then Control Destruction gives us more spell damage at the cost of reducing our crit strike chance by 100%. Again, we're not a crit strike build, so we can basically use this with very little to no downsides. Swap it in, and now we have a 4-linked Essence Drain. We're ready to go. Since we have some extra sockets here, I'm just gonna put Flame Dash connected with faster casting, and you can even put Contagion in there, I guess, just for shits. Because why not? You have extra slots, use them. So now we have Flame Dash connected to faster casting, and Contagion has faster casting. Cool. We did things. And that's probably where we're gonna end for today. I'm glad that you don't have to take it to an NPC to reroll stuff. Yeah, that's one nice thing, I guess. You can do it in the convenience of your stash. Again, I'll just do like one last thingy. Last round of questions you may or may not have. Because tomorrow we'll stream this again, and then we'll just get into the more advanced stuff. And I will be uploading most of this on YouTube, maybe. If I do, I'm gonna divide it into the acts. Like, Act 1 will be its own section, like its own video, then Act 2 will be its own video, and then Act 3, and so on. So, for tomorrow, we're gonna get our Ascendancy. We're gonna get into a little bit of crafting, maybe, and... trying to think if there's anything else I'm gonna like try to... Vertigo, is there anything else? At this stage of the game, chat, for those of you that play PoE, what should I be teaching new players? Help me out, you boomers. I know you guys are just watching, but some of you are like, we're like listening in, and you're like, this guy doesn't know what he's saying. We can get into loot filters tomorrow, I guess, maybe as well. No idea. Your brain's just fried. So is mine. Yeah, I guess that's it then. I mean, if you come up with more questions and stuff, we'll go over it in the next stream. Not a big deal. But yeah. We'll definitely look into loot filters, crafting, what else? The ascendancy stuff, the labyrinth stuff, and just progressing more. I will try to go a little bit faster because holy shit, I took 2 hours to do Act 1, and I was like, oh my god. And that's fine, because we were explaining stuff. But yeah, thank you guys for watching, all that good stuff. Thank you, Vertigo, for helping me out. And chat. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more PoE. We'll just continue making and building this character. Also, so far, hardcore viable guide, by the way. Haven't died yet. Can't wait to die tomorrow. When I die to some dumb shit. You're welcome. Have a nice night, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.